Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Greetings from Singapore, where we are about to start Game 11 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. The match is currently tied at 5-5, and it's an incredibly critical point. And yesterday, the players even mentioned in the press conference that any loss would set them back immensely. So they've been holding their cards quite tightly to them. But we are expecting some fireworks soon. I'm very excited. I hope you are too. Follow the FIDE broadcast, not miss any of the action.
Hello and welcome, and the stakes are getting higher and higher as we reach Game 11 in the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and as always, it is such a great pleasure to be seated alongside the one, the only Grandmaster David Howell. Now, David, yesterday, if it wasn't clear already, it is now. Ding's match strategy is just to draw his way to tie breaks.
That's right, we see it there. That is plenty of draws now. I believe that is 7 draws in a row. And Ding yesterday with the white pieces tried for a while, but ultimately he gave up hope very quickly. And as you say, Jovanka, it's crystal clear, not just to us, it's crystal clear to Gukesh now. Gukesh with the white pieces, though, we haven't seen any board draws there, so I'm optimistic about today's action.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly optimistic as well. But yesterday, it was a quiet game, a perfect game with a lot of accuracy. Let's go to Charlize, and she's going to break down what exactly happened.
Game 10 of the 2024 FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google ended in a draw. As the players approach the end of the match, we are starting to witness much more caution in their approaches. Neither of them wants to make any unnecessary mistake that might compromise the effort they have shown up to now. Playing with white, the champion Ding Liren once again chose the London system, repeating the line he used in Game 6. On this occasion, he tried out a relatively unconventional idea with 5 bishop e2, followed by d takes c5 and c4. a setup that his second GM, Richard Rapport, has used in the past. Commentator GM David Howell noted that this is the third time in the history of the World Championship match that we have seen the London system. The champion was looking for a small but risk-free advantage, but Gukesh's position was solid, with no weaknesses. With no real chance for a favorable outcome, Ding exchanged queens and liquidated to a totally equal ending, and a draw was agreed on move 36 after a threefold repetition. After 10 of the 14 scheduled games, the match is now tied at 5-5. The 11th game takes place December 8th, where Gukesh will play with white.
Well, 4 games left and everything is completely tied. And wow, it has been quite the World Championship match so far. And if you just joined us here on this journey, let's recap on the match format.
The match between Ding Liren and Gukesh will be contested over a series of 14 games. However, not all games will necessarily be played, as the first player to reach 7.5 points or more will be crowned world champion. In case the match is tied 7-7, it will go to tiebreaks and be decided at faster time controls. Speaking of time controls, let's have a look at the time control of the match. The players for each game, they get 120 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a 30-second increment kicking in on move 41. The players are not allowed to offer a draw before Black's 40th move. Now let's look at the prize fund. The prize money is a hefty $2.5 million with specific distribution based on game outcomes. What does that mean? For every victory, a player gets $200,000, with the remaining prize fund being split equally between the two players. Now, if the match goes all the distance, if it gets decided in the tiebreak, then the prize fund will be split as follows: 1.3 million for the winner and 1.2 for the runner-up.
There's a lot at stake. There's, of course, those money, financial incentives for every win. But of course, there is a World Championship title at stake. And David, today, Gukesh, as you mentioned, has the white pieces. It's all about risk now. Is he going to take big risks just to secure the match in the classical portion?
Yeah, it's difficult to come up with the perfect strategy here, Jovanka, as you say, to find that balance between going for it, seizing the moment with the white pieces. If Gukesh strikes today, it's hard to see Ding battling back after what we've seen over the past few encounters. Then again, if Gukesh goes for it, if it rebounds just like it did back in game 1, it's going to be hard for him to strike back now with only 1 remaining white after this. Towing that line is so tricky. The likes of Magnus Carlsen in the past have actually played it pretty safe with white, just because they're confident about their chances in tiebreaks. But for Gukesh, we know he's not the best at speed chess, at least historically. So it's so difficult to tell.
Yeah, it is very difficult. And we are awaiting the player's arrival. Do you think Gukesh will try his hand with 1e4 and see whether his seconds have had a chance to come up with some poison against the French defense?
It feels like time. The French defense is these days quite a reputable opening, but white does have so many tries against it, and we will see whether he reverts to that. In the meantime, a former world champion with us.
Yes, there we see former women's world champion, 4-time women's world champion Ho Yifan, and she's talking to women's grandmaster Anastasia Karlovic. And there we see all the eager fans. Once again, this is a packed house. It's the weekend and Sunday fun day.
Exactly. It's sold out here on Sentosa Island as we see Ho Yifan talking to the president of Singaporean chess there. Great to see. We've had so many guests with us. It's a real honor to meet. It's basically a who's who of chess here. And in the meantime, we're waiting for who is going to join us at the board for this World Championship.
Who's going to be first? I remember yesterday Ding was saying that if he's learnt one thing, it's that he arrives to the board first.
That's true. Gukesh likes to make an entrance. It's visible. Maybe doing those last-minute preparations as well. What are your predictions today, Jovanka? I want to see a French defense. You mentioned it.
I want to see Gukesh open with e4 And I'm not sure whether Ding will actually go for the French defense again. We might see him test another opening, but, you know, it's in the hands of this gentleman. We see Ding Liren, world champion, enter into the playing arena. He's being followed by Grandmaster Pavel Trogibov and also Ding Liren's seconds, as always, Grandmasters Richard Report and Ni Hua.
That's right. It was fascinating yesterday seeing this London system, which had been tried out by Richard Rapport and Richard Rapport's wife. I think between them, they'd played the opening 9 times. And it's clear that these two, Ni Hua as well, just real sources of inspiration for the current champion. But they'll need something today. Like you said, whether it's the French defense, whether it's something else solid. Ding would love a draw with black, that's clear. But of course, in chess, you cannot play too passive. You cannot play too directly for a draw with the black pieces. Often that is just a signal for your opponent to come at you.
And often, if you are in this draw mindset, you can sometimes make those negative choices at the board. And there they go back up in the lift. Must be a nerve-wracking time for these two seconds, working throughout the day and then having to watch their players perform.
It's a tough job.
It's a tough job. Yeah, we've heard from several of our guests who have been seconds, and they've said, yeah.
Often it's better to sleep during the games, stay up all night preparing, and then just switch off because they've got no control over what happens with their charges there. Yeah, they can't affect the game, so why not use that time to rest and come up with a strategy for the next game. In the meantime, plenty of cameras are ready for the arrival of our challenger. Will Gukesh make his entrance? I think it's all up to him today. All eyes on the 18-year-old. It's going to be about his approach, his fearlessness, potentially. He has shown willingness to fight on, even from worse positions in the past. He didn't want those draws, even with black, even when he was struggling on the board. So you would think with white, that would be consistent with his strategy, simply, Gukesh.
Yes. And interestingly enough, Ding, just there in his player's room, we have seen him just sit on a chair and contemplate life, chess, the weather, the heat, standing by the window. I mean, it's actually such a beautiful sight.
Thinking about ice cream, thinking about food, thinking about anything. Yeah, maybe planning his openings, you never know. The players often come to last-minute decisions, actually. I've spoken to Magnus and others who've said often the most successful openings, they come when it's just decided 30 minutes before a game, they're fresh. It can go one of two ways, of course. You might not be well prepared enough, but then you could feel really excited. And sometimes it's better to know less than more. The more you prepare, the more of a struggle it can be internally. Just those first few moves, you need to remember all the details, and often that costs you time on the clock.
And you have to be confident in the resulting positions. It has to play to your strengths and also to your opponent's weaknesses. And once again, I am just captivated by that shot of the chairs and the difference in height. And okay, we go back to the spectators area where we are once again awaiting the arrival of the 18-year-old challenger, Gukesh. Is it him?
On his way. I also saw there a young fan with Levi Rosen's book, How to Win at Chess. That's what Gukesh is going to be trying to do today, of course. And yeah, it feels like any moment. The tension is building. Everyone I talk to feels like this might be the last moment that Gukesh can kind of take big risk and still have enough leeway in the final 3 games, just in case things go wrong.
Yeah.
And there we have him.
There we have the challenger, also accompanied by his father, Angajewski, and he enters to a massive round of applause and cheer.
Wow, he's a real celebrity, Gukesh. And big fan favorite. He's just so focused. He's a real role model for a huge upcoming generation now, as we see Ding not sitting this time, but still standing in his favorite spot as he prepares for this crunch time game 11 with the black pieces. He knows that something might come. This storm might be brewing, that some opening ideas might be unleashed against him. So he'll need to be calm, he'll need to be steady, and maybe play slightly quicker than he has been doing with his last few black games where he has been in time trouble early on.
He has, but it has worked out, which is really interesting and intriguing because he has used a whole lot of time navigating those opening surprises that Gukesh has delivered. But when it's been crunch time, he's been playing quickly, confidently. You know, Sentosa is actually surrounded with rainforest, and it is. I can understand why Ding is actually standing there contemplating. There we see former four-time Women's World Champion Hou Yifan alongside Grandmaster Kevin Go, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, the MC, and Grandmaster Eugenio Torre.
And it was really beautiful, actually. So Ding was looking out the window. He turned around and he smiled. I thought he was smiling at us, the cameras. But no, I think he was smiling at the arrival of Hou Yifan. Maybe he hadn't had a chance to greet her yet, but it must be inspiring for him to know there's another fellow Chinese world champion there.
Actually, a lot of the former women's world champions have arrived in Singapore. We saw Zhu Yuhua, we also saw Zi Yun, and now Hou Yifan.
Yeah, the support is real. And Ding, a very popular character, a very popular person in his homeland, of course. And yeah, he's so calm, almost unmoving there. As Gukesh has entered the field of play, entered the arena now. He'll soon close his eyes to meditate. We'll soon get the game going within the next few minutes, but Ding yet to make his entrance.
Yes. There you see some of the pre-game rituals, and for Gukesh, it's all about trying to connect to the flow, getting himself psyched up and in the correct mental state. And yeah, sure enough, he adjusts his collar. He's about to go into his meditation trance. And there we see Ding Liren and Hou Yifan make their way into the cube.
There we go, two world champions in shot together.
And we can see Grandmaster Maurice Ashley getting ready to welcome the dignitaries. That will be Hou Yifan and Eugene Torre. They will make the first moves. So let's go over to Maurice.
Gentlemen and children of all ages, welcome to the FIDE World Championship 2024, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa here in beautiful Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the two gladiators who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Dommaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. We are in game 11. The match is currently tied at 5 points apiece with just 4 games, including today's, remaining. And we have to make the first moves two absolute legends and trailblazers of Asian chess. First, he has been a trailblazer for Asian chess for half a century, achieving a number of continental milestones, including being the first grandmaster from Asia, the first Asian to defeat a reigning world champion, and the first to reach the candidate stage of the World Championship. A member of the Philippine Olympia team a record 23 times. He has won 3 individual medals on board 1. He also won a bronze medal at board 3 in Baku 2016 at the age of 64. Please welcome Grandmaster Eugene Torre. And our next first mover. At 14 years, 6 months, and 2 days old, she became the youngest female ever to hold the title of Grand Master. She also became the youngest female ever to win the Women's World Chess Championship at the age of 16. She is the second highest rated female player of all time and one of only 3 women in history to ever be rated among the world's top 100 players. Please welcome former Women's World Champion and Grandmaster Hu Yifan. And with that, let the game begin.
And there we have it on the board. It is one knight to f3. Well, the last time Gukesh employed this one, he came within a whisker of winning their game. Do you think he's going to go for the same line, maybe vary a little bit earlier on?
Yeah, it's fascinating. Of course, knight to f3, the Reti opening gives black a huge amount of choice. Ding does open with the queen's pawn, just as he did last time against the Reti. But who will vary first? Gukesh is the first to change things up, playing pawn to c4, so it's a mix between the Reti and the English. This does, however, allow a very ambitious pawn push in the center. If Ding wants to take the initiative, he can push this pawn. This is known to be slightly risky for white. White often, it's just a d-pawn opening with colors reversed. It can lead to Benoni, Benko, that type of thing, but with white having an extra tempo. Of course, if Ding wants to play solid or hasn't expected this, he's more likely to go into Queen's Gambit declined territory. But provocative from Gukesh.
Yes, I very much doubt, although I'm ready to eat my words, that we're going to see a move like d4 because, as you mentioned, play will sharpen up because white can just go b4. And then we have a whole different kettle of fish, especially different structures to what we've been seeing. So I'm expecting Ding to defend the pawn with the e-pawn and invites perhaps some transpositions into a Catalan and see what the game develops there. What do you think, David? Do you think we're going to see?
I think if this were any other tournament, I was going to say, if this were any other event, Ding might push his pawn to d4, which is supposed to be the acid test of what white's doing. White does push with b4. Jovanka, I'm thrilled. This is going to be a real scrap now, a real fight.
I know. I wasn't what I was expecting at all because d4 is so committal. I mean, suddenly we have an incredibly unbalanced game. White has the advantage on the queen side. Black, on the other hand, will be looking to maintain that central space. Not what I expected at all.
No, this is really fascinating stuff. c5 played, and indeed it is a gambit by Gukesh. He pushes his pawn forward. It's like a reverse image of the Blumenfeld counter gambit.
And that's actually quite venomous with the black pieces, one tempo down. So wow, it's heating up already, and we're only on move 4.
Excited.
Unexpected, I would say. Like I wore the sparkles because I said I want to have like a lot of actions. I want to have sparkle on the board, and we are being promised an exciting game.
Wow! And just to recap for everyone, this position is going to heat up. It's already quite spicy, just like the local food. But let's go and show what opening we're actually comparing this with. If from the start we had seen white play pawn to d4. One of black's more ambitious tries against d4 is to play this move c5, white steps forward, and now b5, which is the Benko gambit. And this is actually what we've got on the board with colors reversed. Not just that, but for example, you could start with the move e6, which looks like it's heading into a Benoni structure, but now after pawn to b5, again, it's the same thing, except here you have an extra move as white. So yeah, if we go back to the game, same thing, just with an extra tempo, as opposed to that variation. I mean, it's a mirror image essentially, except black doesn't have the move knight to f6. So here Ding is slightly behind, and I think the most ambitious again is to take this pawn Ding looking down now, trying to recall something, trying to remember what he has studied in the past. And then you can take another pawn. And you're a pawn up as black. White often plays the move a3 just to be able to free up this knight. And sooner or later, white will start taking the center. You can take this pawn first with your bishop. A bunch of choice here, but either way, it is really fighting stuff.
And a lot of great names playing this with the white pieces. We have Adiban. He played this against Ding Liren back in 2021. That was actually a win for Ding, so we might deep dive into that particular game. There's also Wei Yi. We also have Iturriaga, Artemiev, and one David Howell.
I was waiting for that to appear. Not my finest game, but I think I managed to hold a draw as white.
Oh, was it not? I'm sorry.
No.
It was our producer, David.
I played this against Michael Adams in the final of the British Knockout Championship. I think it was a blitz game. I needed to win at all costs, and therefore I chose this opening. I knew it was a bit dodgy, or I thought it was a bit dodgy at the time, but now I'm seeing it at World Championship level, Jovanka. Maybe I have to rethink everything I knew.
Well, interesting. Let's deep dive into the mind games, though, because I'm sure that Gukesh has seen Ding's game in this, and Ding won against Adiban, and the game continued like this. So after e3, there was no taking of the pawn on b4. That looks very risky, to be said. So instead, knight to f6 was played, and then Adiban went b5, which is not the main. Okay, it is the main move. Sorry, my apologies. And then after knight bd7, e takes d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4.
Instead of grabbing a pawn, black sacrifices a pawn.
And the whole justification is that the black knight can come to c5. And then e5 will happen, and black will have a big bind on d4.
For example, the white knight is attacked. If you move it back, there's some arguments to be made for the black knight jumping in, but you can also play a move like e5. I don't think this pawn is one you want to capture, really. There's going to be all sorts of tactics. I mean, I guess you've got to calculate a bit, but queen to e2, I think you can safely capture this rook in the corner, and there's no good discovered checks. Black will simply block. And the black queen is snacking on some pieces down here. So, yeah, I mean, this type of position looks very attractive for black. I wonder what Gukesh has in mind. I think it's been a few years, Jovanka, but my game, I think, also went knight to f6. And, yeah, white here, I think, other than b5, struggles to find a useful move. You don't really want to take on c5, because the black knight now has a very safe square to jump to on c6, defending this pawn. e5 is coming very quickly. The bishop's jumping out. Black's actually a bit ahead in development.
Yeah. You played bishop b2.
Yeah, I played bishop b2, therefore. I just remember not liking b5 when I was preparing, and bishop b2 is a bit of a waiting move. But now it makes more sense for black to capture this pawn, because after pawn to a3, you lose time, if you want to take with the bishop at least. So often white takes with the knight, or takes even sometimes with the rook a bit later, if they want to hold back on a3 for now. But yeah, for example, if white plays d4 and black fianchettos the bishop this way, then you can maybe even take with the rook and hope to later, after pushing a pawn to e4, swing it across. But yeah, this is really complex stuff, pawn to e3. Just to point out as well, if Gukesh had wanted a different type of pawn sacrifice, g3 is also playable with a Benko gambit reversed, sometimes known as the Volga gambit, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. That's also very viable as well. Once in my life I dabbled with the Benko gambit of black pieces, and it was relatively successful. Relatively.
Only in blitz for me.
But in the end, myself and my coach kind of came to the conclusion that it was all to do with the light squares for me, and that was my best chess. So it was a good learning experience. But okay, e3, okay.
Wow. I didn't expect this. I've got to say, like, even if Gukesh is playing this provocatively, I thought Ding would just go Queen's Gambit declined, solid, that's what he's prepared, his main opening. And white has some other tries, but nothing too scary. This is scary stuff to face if you haven't prepared.
Yeah, I'm also surprised. I honestly thought that the game would kind of take on, do you call them neo-Catalans, you know, where white goes g3 and then tries to transpose into a Catalan later on?
Yeah, by cutting out some of the options. Yeah, maybe that was what Ding was trying to avoid. He liked to go bishop b4 check. We saw one Catalan a couple of games ago in this match in game 9, and there he was able to give a check. Maybe again we just show this just to try and understand why Ding has entered this really dangerous terrain. d5. This is a move order trick that I use quite a lot myself. So if black plays e6, you can play the move g3. Of course, you can play e3 as well. You can play b3. You can do anything. You can go d4 transpose, but g3. If black just develops knight f6, bishop g2. There have been some World Championship matches, including Nepomniachtchi against Carlsen, where the move d4 was played. But I think Magnus won a very important game by playing d4. But if black just continues castles, now after d4, you've been tricked into a Catalan. But this is the position they had actually in game 9, except white's bishop was already on d2, because black had flicked in a bishop b4 check. But here this has been cut out. So without going into the Catalan nuances, yeah, not having the bishop on d2 helps white here somewhat. And the main line now is to take on c4, but maybe this isn't what Ding prepared. So he wasn't willing to go into this other main line.
Yeah.
But this is a very different type of position we find ourselves in instead.
Yes, it is completely different. I mean, it's going to be dynamic because white will be just chipping away at black's center. Now, black, on the other hand, will try to preserve that center. Even as we saw, Ding was prepared to give up a pawn in order to achieve central control over the d4 square. But it's very, very important to do that, because if you just allow white a free hand, then they will have a lot of piece play and just a nice straightforward plan.
Exactly. So yeah, interesting. We do see our AI friend Lila Zero at the top of our screens there with the percentages saying that black already might be a favorite. But yeah, it is a provocative opening, not necessarily computer approved, but
yeah,
this is a very human game between two very hungry players.
I know,
very
and
focused players.
It's come late in the day. Shall we like deep dive into that game between Adiban and Ding? So there it was knight f6. As we saw, there are some alternatives. You don't have to go knight f6, d takes e3, f6, you know, trying to get a big center has also been played with e5 planned. But let's have a look at knight f6 because
Ding's played it before.
Exactly. And here, this is where Adiban went b5.
Okay, trying to close in this black knight, taking away the key c6 square. So here Ding played knight to d7.
Yeah, it's not the main move, but it's a serious contender. Queen c7 is actually the main idea.
I was going to say Queen c7 is the one I've seen before, at least, with e5 coming. And again, you cannot take this pawn twice this time, unlike what Adiban did, because, whoops, you've walked into some trouble. So this one is not a pawn sacrifice for black. You're building a center. The game goes on.
Yeah. Okay.
Often white just takes and just kind of plays d3, allows the center to be built, and just fianchettos and argues that, okay, nice bishop. Yes, black has one square, but actually the structure that white has on the queen side clamps down somewhat on black's position.
Yes, and I have seen Magnus Carlsen in particular win a lot of games on the black side of this particular pawn structure. Not with the pawns on c5 and d5. I'm talking about like white's pawn structure, but played with black.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like an optical illusion.
Yeah. No, I remember. I remember on the Champions Chess Tour, he beat Anish Giri very easily. You know, and the whole idea is that this bishop, as you mentioned, on g2 is such a powerful piece in that pawn structure.
Yeah, and that might be the type of middle game we end up getting, depending on what Ding decides to do right now. Let's maybe check out what happens if he does grab the pawn.
Okay.
If he does switch things up, because a pawn is a pawn after all, and the proof is in the eating of the pudding. I'm mixing my metaphors.
The proof is in the pudding.
The proof is in the pudding. All the metaphors. Okay, pawn to a3, I believe, is the best, or like the recommended move here.
Okay, so a3, well. d4 is...
d4, I mean, there's multiple moves, of course. You can build the center, you can chip away at black's pawn on b4.
Maybe it's interchangeable, right? Yeah. You go d4 and then go a3. So let's have a look at d4. Knight f6. Bishop d3. a3 is also a move, but everyone is mainly going bishop d3.
d3. I played g6, e6.
Yep. Yeah, g6, a3. So
now a3.
Yeah.
All the move orders. Okay, black often takes.
Yeah. And then castles. Why even think about the pawn on a3?
Yeah, who's counting anyway?
Yeah.
It's only 2 pawns down for now, but one of them will drop. Bishop g7.
And bishop takes a3.
If black castles, how does white find compensation here for the pawn?
Just saying knight c3, you're just basically arguing that you have a lot of space. You can come forward with your pawns. Queen e1 has been an idea as well, with the idea of transferring the queen to h4.
Yeah, it is slightly hard for black to challenge white's beautiful center here. This e-pawn is pinned, and you can never really fight for e5. Maybe you can try and build for it eventually, but some danger on the f-file if the black rook ever moves away. And yeah, often white will be able to launch a pawn storm or build up the attack.
Yeah, but it's very scary as you know, just to face this pawn. What do you call it?
Avalanche?
Phalanx. Yeah, flanks. That seemed like a complicated word to
Battle
say.
strategy.
Yes.
I'm not down with the lingo.
No. No, neither am I. But it was there. It's one of those words which you write with ease, but when it comes to saying, you're like, how on earth do I say it? And yet that's the only word that I reached for.
Got to say it quickly and pretend nobody catches the pronunciation. That's what I do when I mix up words. Yeah, it's fascinating. What else could Ding be thinking about? With colours reversed, with the knight out on f6, it would be f3. If you were playing this position with white, often they bring the bishop out to f5 or g4. That move has been recommended. I remember... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go.
I was going to say, this move e3 was suggested in a book by French Grandmaster Adrien Demout. Actually, it was his book on the Reti. I think it was the modernized Reti. And yeah, he said knight f6 was by far black's best move, actually.
Okay.
And it is the most popular move, but d takes e3 not far behind. Go on, Jovanka.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, just checking the database, I was looking at f6. Now, f6 looks to be a bit weird, but it has been played by Boris Spassky, 1973. Okay. Hannes Stefansson, an Icelandic grandmaster, and Dao Tenghai. I'm sorry if I'm massacring that pronunciation. So it does have some pedigree, and maybe this is a line that perhaps Gukesh hasn't considered. So f6, straight idea of going e5, pawn center.
Yeah, I do see the stats though on the bottom right. It looks like white's won 64% of games after f6, as opposed to only 9.8% of games after knight to f6. So statistically, f6 maybe not the best. But yeah, let's see how white should continue. Is there a trade of pawns now?
Everyone has been playing bishop b2.
Just bishop b2?
Yeah.
Okay. And after e5?
They have been playing b takes c5.
Wow.
Isn't this a almost straight up transposition to like some Benko lines?
Yeah.
But remember, when I say Benko, I'm talking about it from the black side. Remember, white has that extra tempo.
And if black develops the knight? I was going to say, this is a beautiful pawn structure, Jovanka. You know me and my pawn structures. If white just plays, I don't know, b5 or something, black can build the upside down Christmas tree just there. But
the bishop on b2 is so bad.
The light on the top of the tree. But yeah, I mean, b takes c5, and I guess the idea is that you're going to undermine the black pawn chain, and now an isolated d pawn is maybe less attractive for black after you've put a pawn on f6, taking away this square from the knight. Yeah, I'm surprised to see Ding thinking. Playing d4 and move 2 is so committal. I've worked with some grandmasters who've said, David, why do you keep playing this knight f3 and then c4 and move 2? It's so dodgy for white. It's dubious. It's not correct. And these are 2,700 grandmasters. They're like, you shouldn't play that as white. d4 is the refutation. But in my experience, the players with black, they need to know so much just to get out of the opening in healthy shape. It's interesting. It's the practical approach. This is Gukesh playing for the win, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. But also, I'm surprised that people say that, because these days you can't remember absolutely everything, and you know, it just reminds me of David Smurden wrote a book on Scandinavian. I remember him saying, "Oh, he was worried his book was no good because it actually included a refutation of the Scandinavian, the Portuguese gambit that was." But when he tested this so-called refutation with normal players, I mean, most of them just couldn't find it at all. So if it's a long memory test, then yeah, I think on a practical level, this choice is very good. And having dabbled now with this move order, I think it's good. It's difficult to keep control of the dynamics. And when that happens, the price of an error is going to be high. It's the perfect 11th game.
Yeah, and it's a change of pace as well. Gukesh, he's dabbled with some slower positions. We all remember that French exchange where the queens came off early. I mean, even just 2 games ago, we saw this mainline Catalan where it was a kind of theoretical debate followed by a really technical phase. It was kind of low risk, but low reward ultimately. Now it's high risk, but very high reward. And he's just forcing Ding to try and adapt, to change gears. I mean, this is move 4, and Ding has been spending a lot of time, what is it, over 17 minutes on this move. So, yeah, this is shaping up to be dramatic, at least.
And we're still not out of the theory battle either.
It's just beginning.
It is just beginning, so I'm kind of curious. Ding, you got to make up your mind. Which one of these candidate moves is Gukesh least likely to have studied?
Oh, he's definitely studied the two main moves.
Yeah, he studied knight f6 and he studied d takes e3.
Knight f6 is the main move, and Ding has played it before. Whereas, yeah, d takes e3 is like the the greedy approach, which you look at first, right? You don't gambit a pawn without understanding what you should do if the opponent takes it.
Do you think we'll maybe see g6?
G6 makes some sense.
You know, try to take it into a quieter path.
Yeah, it's funny actually, after b4, whenever I play this online, just to backtrack 2 moves, my opponents always, 100% of the time, play g5, Grandmasters, which is one of the main moves. f6 is actually the old main line. This gets into some chaotic stuff, and this is a bit similar to what we just showed on the board, except white has this extra option of playing c5 now. And after a5, trying to undermine this white pawn, there's so much theory. Queen check is one move, bishop check is one move. Bishop c4 is one move, and yeah, black's king never castles on the king side. So it's interesting, black's actually got a better version because black has prevented this c5 move for white. So if f6, maybe that's possible, but yeah, I was just thinking, you mentioned g6, is g5 an idea? Giving up a pawn to try and build a big pawn center, sorry, after e3. G5, but it looks a bit far-fetched.
Never been played, at least
probably for a reason.
Not in my master's database, yeah.
Well, his mate coming. Maybe this is the difference. White has e3 this time, so the queen can come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else? It's hard to know. Hard to know.
Yeah. Decision time. And, okay, as we reminded everyone, in the run-up to this game, the time control doesn't give any extra time until the players pass move 40. It's just 120 minutes for 40 moves. Then you get the 30 minutes time bonus, and then you get the 30-second increment. So Ding, it's not necessarily prudent to use so much time just deciding on what to play.
Yeah, he needs to move fast at some point. Normally that comes moves, I would say moves 20 to 30, he really speeds up Ding and starts playing very strong chess. So he just needs to get to that point with enough time on his clock. Often he's got to move 20 though with half an hour left, and that's, I mean, with increment already, that's quite reckless. Without increment, that's borderline manageable. But for now, it's just about surviving the opening storm.
Yeah.
And getting a position that he feels comfortable with.
But then why did he go for the most committal move?
He's normally a very principled player, right? He normally, if you go at him, Ding, he'll reply quite dynamically. So I think he wants to seize this moment and say, okay, I'm not backing down from a fight this time. But yeah, you're right, Jovanka. It's not consistent maybe with his match strategy over the last few days.
No, it's not consistent because he's been very clear. He just wants to draw. He wants to just get into the tie breaks where he's confident that he can defeat Gukesh.
Yeah. I mean, it's clear that Gukesh, though, he's come with so many ideas already in this World Championship match. It was very impressive, his opening work with Gajewski and Gajewski and, yeah, all those mystery seconds. that doubtless are helping out.
Okay.
Maybe Adiban, who's
Yeah.
played this before against Ding.
Well, there's so many moves here. So I turned on Ceci. So Ceci is usually like a stockfish that is run on some like supercomputer somewhere. I don't know the yeah, somewhere. And usually it follows Magnus Carlsen's games, but it does now follow the World Championship match. And here it's saying that Black's best move is knight f6. D takes e3 is his second choice. C takes b4, also third choice. G6, e5 is even a move. Wow. E6 and f6. F6 it doesn't rate, by the way. It thinks it's all right, but could be better. Yeah, and then if Black is doing any other weird and wonderful stuff, White starts to get serious advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Ding's very aware that knight f6 is maybe the main move, that d takes e3 is fine, but gives White a lot of compensation. I've been there so many times myself, Jovanka, even as early as move 4, your opponent plays something you hadn't expected. Maybe Ding spent the whole of last night, whole of this morning looking at the French or looking at mainline Catalan, and then he forgot to look at this Reti. And then he's just sitting there thinking, oh, why didn't I look at it? What did I look at 6 months ago, the last time, or 3 months ago, or whenever it was? And then you start kind of going through the motions. You're like, what if I do this? And he kind of foresees the position that they'll get in 10 moves time. He's like, oh, I remember this is my notes, but it's a bit risky. If Gukesh has looked at it more than me, then I don't like it. Then he's thinking, okay, I could go this direction. That one I remember was a bit risky. And then you start just kind of going round and round in circles in your mind, and you're not even calculating moves at this point. I often burn 30 minutes as soon as the first surprise happens, even if I know what's about to happen, just to kind of maintain some mental stability. But it is counterproductive potentially.
Yes.
It's not practical to spend, 23, 24 minutes now on move 4. When he's been here before, he's seen it.
Yeah, he's studied this position before. I mean, you could see by the way that his eyes went up that he was just recalling the lines and trying to just come to that decision, as you mentioned. And one of the great things about chess is, actually, I was watching a clip with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and he was saying, like, one of the biggest chess life lessons that he got was that you've always got to consider what your opponent is thinking. They're more important than you. You got to get under their skin in order to kind of guess what is going to be the most uncomfortable move. And that's exactly what Ding is doing now. Does he go knight f6 and maybe walk into some preparation? Would Gukesh be comfortable with the gambit lines? How should he vary? And it's so many levels to this mind game. And they all become apparent when it's the World Championship match. Yeah,
it heightens everything, right? Just the scrutiny on these games. Even top-level tournaments these days, these round robins, these elite games, there's, I mean, a fraction of the eyeballs that are watching, commentating on these things, breaking down every single moment. There we see Anish Giri saying that Gukesh is treating this like it's a must-win game. That's what we mentioned earlier. This is clear must-win strategy in the opening. You're taking huge risks as White, and the only times I've employed this, Jovanka, were also must-win games.
Yes, but I'm interested. Is it Gukesh who invited d4, or was it Ding who walked into playing d4? Who's playing
first, the chicken or the egg?
Exactly. You don't have to react to c4 like this.
Exactly, especially if you know you're about to be hit by something dynamic, which is guaranteed after d4. Otherwise, Black's just gained space in the center. So you know something's coming, but then to stop and think 2 moves later, or 1 move later pretty much after playing c5. I mean, this is confidence. I mentioned that I always go into these half-hour thinks as soon as I've been surprised. And it's a confidence issue. It's because you don't trust what you've studied, you don't trust your memory, you don't trust your ability to freestyle, to deal with the new circumstances. If you do get caught out by a novelty later on.
You know, you just given me an idea. I think it's actually harder to be confident these days in chess because everyone is working with these blasted engines. And
that's why it's good to be young before you learn the fear, before you learn the lack of, you know, the self-doubt and self-awareness.
and I'm sure, you know, before, maybe even up to 5-6 years ago, we could confidently play into our favorite openings, knowing that we had done a lot more work and that their half hour before the game wasn't going to match that.
It's true.
But now it's like the engines and the courses are so good that you can't be that reckless with your confidence. You have to constantly keep abreast of the opening developments. You constantly have to think how you can dodge opening preparation.
Is Gukesh asleep, Jovanka? Earlier, he was sitting in his chair meditating, but his head was going.
Was it?
It was as if he was nodding. Now, this is a different pose. Normally, he's leaning back while his eyes are closed.
Oh, yeah.
This is,
no.
Okay, now he wakes up.
But you know, it's sometimes very good to have these power naps at the board. And I was doing this for a while because, I don't know, I got tired. What can I say? And
We've all been there. Been a long travel. Or...
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just wake up tired, you know, you haven't had a great night's sleep. And with these power naps, I could give myself like 45 minutes of pure energy. And it was just like manufacturing like 6 deep breaths and visualizing like some golden liquid traveling through your body. And then 45 minutes of energy.
Yeah, energized. And, yeah, in the meantime, yeah, this opening choice, I think so inspired by Gukesh, at least in terms of giving us entertainment. Maybe he felt guilty that yesterday wasn't the most dramatic game, although it wasn't on Gukesh, of course. He was black. A draw yesterday, painless draw, a fantastic result for him. But yeah, this opening choice, we're yet to see whether it rebounds. Of course, there's still a chance if Ding is able to navigate things well, if he can grab a pawn and cling onto it and win the game, then we'll look back at this opening saying it was too risky. But ultimately, there are still 3 games remaining. I think this is the moment, as we said, for Gukesh to go for it. And no, it's fantastic to see. But
yeah.
Very confusing that Ding is pausing. The novelty, the big idea probably won't reveal itself for another 5-10 moves at least.
I know.
So why stop here now? It's not that many tempting options. I mean, would he rather play into something with knight f6 or just risk it and move like f6, which objectively could be slightly inferior?
Not Ceci approved, by the way.
Yeah, not Ceci approved.
If you go
fishy.
f6, yeah, it is a bit fishy.
According to stock fishy.
Stock fishy, yeah. And yeah, you don't want to play like a fish, except if it's stock fish. Okay, so if f6, according to Ceci, the stock fished on yeah, that's 0.47 already for white.
What's he angling for here?
Yeah.
Stop now.
Chess and fishing. Yeah. Do you remember when we got caught out by that joke?
Chess and Fishing by Simon Williams.
by Simon Williams and Erwin Lamy. And it was like, it was a great thing, you
Fictional
know.
book.
It was Erwin who was the mastermind behind it. It's like, hey Simon, you know, you're going to appear on the show. Why don't you talk about this book, Chess and Fishing? And Jovanka and David are so polite. They'll go, yeah.
I'm not sure polite or gullible or too trusting.
But as a result of that, when a knight is dominated by the bishop, not bishop,
the bishop,
yeah, it's beautiful to call it the knight's been trapped in a stable. And there we have the fan zone. Oh my God, it is buzzing.
Full capacity today. There we see
Eric Rosen.
Eric Rosen at the front.
And
Howell fan getting ready.
That is. And she is going to be doing a masterclass. And this is one of the great things about Sentosa and the World Championship match, and suddenly everyone is waving. Yay! That's what we like to see. We like the energy, and we also like the energy that the players have brought to the game. But yeah, there's so many activities outside of the match. Masterclasses, simuls, chess, beanbags, relaxation, and paradise.
Exactly, paradise. Yesterday, even a game that only lasted what was it, around 2.5 hours, the fans were coming up afterwards saying, oh, I had the best day ever, you know, met so many grandmasters, played so many games against friends, was playing around with the AI stuff outside. Yeah, it's really nice to see.
Yeah, they have this great Google AI stand where you can type in a word, as we saw Charlie's do it earlier on. You can type in a word and it will literally print out, well, not print out, but you will see a chess set. It will design one using that word. So you could call it sushi, fire, and I think someone did broccoli. They got me to sign a queen.
Skyscrapers, anything.
Yeah.
Marvel superheroes. Yeah, you name it, you can make a chess set.
Yes.
Inspired by it.
There was a character which I didn't know, but you knew. Kirby?
No.
Kirby. I don't know.
I mean, I'm going to make a Pokemon-inspired chess set later.
Is that Pokemon?
No, Kirby's not a Pokemon. No.
Oh, okay. You got it.
Jigglypuff looks. No. Anyway, but yeah, there's so much going on here. Something for everyone as well, young and old. There've been so many kids as well. It's really nice to see, and hopefully it inspires some of the youngsters here in Asia, having these two great champions fighting it out and being so close to the action.
Yeah, and we are willing, Ding, to take a decision. It's not an enviable position to be in, you know. He's been surprised by his opponent. Ding has risen to the challenge, and now it's time. Does he back down, or does he accept the pawn? Does he develop the knight? Why he's shaking his head?
I mean, 32 minutes, that is extreme. To spend 32 minutes on move 4, and he knows this position. He's been there before. No doubt he studied it in some detail. It is surprising. This is just psychological effect of the surprise. Any surprise in chess these days, because as you mentioned, Jovanka, there's so many resources. There's this thing in the back of the mind about computers, right? How they see everything, they know everything. Therefore, we assume the opponents know everything, and it kind of makes us freeze. But you cannot freeze, unfortunately, in World Championship matches. You need to make moves. You need to save time for later.
I completely agree. But Ding has been in this situation before. Game 1, we can all remember that after e4, e6, Ding was surprised and he was thinking, does he go into the main line, which he vaguely knows, or where can he mix it? Yeah. And he spent ages and we were all like, oh, Ding, what did you do? Why are you doing this? And it looked like he was suffering. And then he made a very wise choice. And he turned things around and he started playing confidently.
At least that position, he had somewhat of a stable base. He already had a blocked pawn structure in the center, so he knew that he could get away. There was some, at least, license to freestyle. Here, it's very early. This position is about to explode already. The center, at least, is about to, well, something's about to happen there.
Yeah.
So it's not the type of position you can just play by hand with no time on your clock.
Yeah.
He's been shaking his head in hands now. This is bizarre body language, I've got to say. This is the type of thing I do sometimes, especially if I haven't played for a long, long time and my opponent hits me in the opening. But that isn't a World Championship match. I mean,
I've never seen you.
I always spend half an hour in the opening. There's always one moment, Jovanka, and then I speed up.
I've never seen you suffer like on the board. You always look like you're like
I tried to hide
focused.
I tried to keep the poker face at least. That's maybe the one difference with me and Ding. But he's an honest guy. We've seen that in press conferences. Okay. Brutally honest, actually, about his own feelings.
35 minutes. Wow.
Okay. Is it knight f6? Is it pawn takes pawn? Whatever it is, Ding. He needs to move. And I think we're all curious to see Gukesh's big idea, because on the board, at least, there's still a lot to be decided. Yes, this is a great psychological ploy by White, but objectively, it's questionable.
Yeah.
Yes, we saw the stats that White hasn't won that many games after knight f6 at master level.
Yeah. Just, I think Ding should develop the knight and, like you say, get Gukesh to reveal his cards. Oh. It might be something he regrets, but at least
reveal his Pokemon cards.
I mean, I saw some people saying, some commentary saying that, not comments, it's just saying that they didn't feel like there was too much tension. No, that couldn't be further from the truth. There's so much tension here. Yeah. You feel it. not so much from the players. I would say when you walk past the teams, you feel that they're not entirely relaxed. You understand that there's a lot of effort, there's a lot of mind games, there's a lot of preparation.
You have to be on site to really feel the kind of the air. It just feels different here. So much anticipation, so much pressure. The eyes of the media worldwide, not just in Asia, on these players. And I mean, the likes of Vishy Anand, who joined us in the studio a few times, he was saying as well, it is heavy, that expectation that that even just having the title is a heavy burden. And yeah, it does change your decisions, it changes your approach, your thinking, everything. And I mean, there's no coincidence Magnus Carlsen walked away from the World Championship matches because it's unique, the pressure that comes with it.
Yeah, totally. And the expectation and the judgment, I mean, it's relentless. I mean, you can't win, basically. So if you play dynamic games, you get trolled because it's not accurate enough. And if you play pitch perfect chess, it's okay. That means it's more or less a draw, and you've played 99% accuracy. And then suddenly you get criticized because you didn't pose enough problems.
Yeah. It's either too exciting but incorrect, or it's too perfect but boring.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, Ding's shaking his head again. It's now been 37.5 minutes since he last made a move. Gukesh has only spent 25 seconds up to this point. And it has come to that moment. Ding just needs to decide. He needs to get over all these negative, toxic thoughts running through his own head. We've all been there, but at some point you just got to shake it off and move and force yourself to move.
Yeah.
Because he needs to save time for, the rest of this opening, let alone the middle game.
Right. And you never know, the preparation might not be that great either. It might be just, well, when you get to this position, just play it instinctively.
I mean, there's a reason Gukesh hasn't played this sooner in the match, because he knows it's high risk. But he's getting impatient. He wants to win. He knows that he'll be the underdog, probably, Gukesh, in any playoffs, any tiebreaks. He's only got 2 remaining whites, so he's kind of burning some bridges here.
Okay, knight f6, yay!
Finally.
Finally, he plays the best move in the position, the most challenging one, knight f6. And what was the quick move?
On to a3. That is a surprise, I've got to say. And this is the thing, Ding could have played knight f6 immediately.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, there are so many more popular moves. We already looked at b5, we looked at bishop to b2, e takes d4 is a move. And then Gukesh plays, what is it, maybe the 6th or 7th most popular move. And now Ding is like, oh wait, I just burned 38 minutes, and why? It's down the drain. This is one thing I've slowly come to terms with over the years. And sometimes you just got to move, and your opponent's idea might not be the most spectacular after all. a3 is not going to change the position. It's not going to win the game for Gukesh. So, yeah, you got to save the time for later.
Yes, I 100% agreed. And yeah, a3, a3 after the end of it. And that is... Yeah, now Ding really has to go into the tank because a3 has come a massive surprise. And I mean, it's not a novelty. It has been played before, but it's the very first time it's been seen at Grandmaster level. And I have to say, there's only 5 games in my Masters database, and they've been mainly draws except for 1 black win.
Yeah, so a very rare move. We see that Gukesh has spent over 30% of this game with his eyes shut. He's had plenty of time to meditate this time, to get in the flow, get in the zone. And yeah, I mean, this is also something Ding should have been predicting by now. If we think about Gukesh's big surprises, I'm thinking already that game with Rook e1, a very rare move, but it's not the type of surprise that he's trying to win the game immediately. He's not posing any direct questions to Ding. He's just keeping the tension. Often, I mean, that Rook e1 idea is just to give Ding the move. Some of his other ideas against the English, that was very impressive. Again, it's not to win the game, it's just to give Ding a lot of choice.
Yep.
And Ding's got to start realizing he's not, I mean, his opponent's not trying to knock him out immediately. He's not trying to punch him. He's literally just dancing around him, and he's trying to hope that Ding beats himself, or at least gives something away on the clock.
Yeah.
So, okay. I mean, I guess we dive into this move, Jovanka.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's been played before. So I'm going to close down your game.
Oh, thank God.
Adipan's game. And now we're going to take a look at Black's most common response. So far, all 5 games have actually continued with knight to c6. I'm clicking on Ceci, saying knight c6 is the top choice. A5 has also been, is also consideration, just trying to force the situation on the queen side.
Yeah, and if we think about it, actually, just to go one move back, we mentioned this move, b5, had been played by Adipan, so a compatriot of Gukesh, very strong Indian grandmaster. And there, Ding played knight bd7, so he's well prepared in that. So if he can force the same thing, but just with, for example, the moves a5 and a3 included, I don't think that worsens Black's chances necessarily. And at least he'll know exactly what he's doing there. So a3, the move played, and now a5 makes a lot of sense. White has 2 logical moves, b5 or to take this pawn. b5, you can play knight d7, you can play queen c7, that's the other main move in the other position. And actually the pawn on a3 maybe just gets in the way of the white knight, the white bishop later. And meanwhile, pawn on a5, yeah, looks nice. You can actually, from my experience of this opening, often Black at some point later plays b6, rook a7, and swings the black rook across to get into the game. So a5 makes a lot of sense to me, Jovanka. And knight c6. Also a5, we should mention, if b takes c5, the idea is that now you can play knight c6 safely. There's no hit on the black knight, and now e5 will come. Black bishop will regain this pawn. This looks healthy. But yeah, the other move you mentioned, knight c6, the most popular, the only move played,
is b5. Kick that knight away.
b5 again. And I guess you go to the edge of the board this time.
Yep.
Because going back does look odd.
Yep, you go to the edge and you live life on the edge. So after d3 or bishop b2, d takes e3 has been played. But do you remember that this isn't grandmaster level, so they will not have been armed with novelties galore?
I wonder if any of these games were correspondence games as well, because Gukesh has based a lot of his opening ideas on correspondence games, which are games where players at home are allowed to use engines, allowed to study for as long as they want, pretty much. There's a huge amount of time invested into finding these opening ideas by correspondence players.
Maybe. So how does one tell, David? That's correspondence.
Yes.
Okay, yes, it is correspondence then.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, it's a pleasure. My least favourite form of chess, correspondence games.
Oh, by the way, I think we got told that some correspondence games you're not allowed to use the engine, and others you are.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard this too, actually, but it's always hard to tell, right? I mean, often, even if they're not using engines for the games, often the openings will have been prepared in advance, you know, with engines, just like normal chess players, just like Gukesh and Ding have been studying with computers openings for many years. Yeah, it's interesting, actually, Jovanka. I remember commentating with you on a tournament in mid-2021, and it was a tournament, part of the Champions Chess Tour, but for the youngsters.
Oh yes, the Julius Baer, and Gukesh was there.
Yeah, and Gukesh was there. I think he ended up winning the tournament.
He did.
With a late surge. Going into the final day, he was estimated to have 0.3% chance of winning the event.
Yeah.
He ended up winning all of his games, and other results went in his favor. But then we interviewed him, and he said up until then, he was, I mean, this is 3.5 years ago, so he must have been 14 at the time. He said he'd never looked at chess with computers until the last few months. He was 14, 15 maybe even. And he barely looked at chess with engines. I remember he always played, when I played him when he was 12 years old, already a GM, he was always playing knight f3 on move 1, g3 on move 2 against anything. Always the Reti opening. And he would only later try to freestyle. So openings weren't his forte, but suddenly they're a huge weapon for him.
Yeah, and yeah, it looks like all of the games are correspondence games. So yeah, let's have a look at how they continued. I remember that event. Gukesh, 0.4, yeah, something ridiculous.
Maybe even 0.0 something.
I remember that he beat Pragnanda with this incredible idea. And it was like going king f1, h4, you know, rook h3, and we were like, whoa.
One of these Queen's Gambit positions. And yeah, in the meantime, Ding probably wondering why he burned 38 minutes when actually this was the big idea, A3, just keeping the tension. It looks very innocuous. Again, it's one of those moves. That's been the theme of Gukesh's openings, really. Yeah, it's no knockout. It's just wait and see and pass the move back to the opponent. And of course, there is an idea he's waiting for knight c6 before playing b5 because then he thinks he's getting some time. Or after a5, which isn't an obvious move. Maybe he's hoping Ding burns a lot of time on that. Then he'll play b5 and unclear who that favors. The little insertion of those two pawn moves. Other moves that come to mind, maybe queen c7 anyway, just to play e5. Maybe now your g6 makes more sense.
G6 is the third choice of Ceci. D takes e3 is reasonable. Whoa. If he's feeling really frisky, he can go your g5.
G5. I'm going to bet against it. I don't think it's consistent with Ding's match strategy, but I would love to see it. G5, you throw a pawn away just to build a big pawn center. And you gain a bit of time later against this white knight. You might hit it with a rook. And then if it ever drops back, you might hit it with another pawn. And
yeah,
our good friend Simon Williams would love a move like g5. Shakira Mamajarov might play g5 as well. But I don't think Ding Liren in a World Championship match is playing g5.
No, not when there's so much at stake, right? Because, you know, we've only got 3 more games left, you know, after this game. And you do not want to be losing, and especially in such a reckless manner, because everyone will turn and say, why did you do that? Why did you just not play normal stuff like g6 and d takes e3 or keep it simple? No, no, no.
Even e6 or even something, just anything.
Anything.
One thing you probably don't want to do is play b6. I was thinking, across my mind, you can just defend your pawns and... You know me, Jovanka.
Connect 4.
Our producers sent a picture of a giant Connect 4 game on the rest day because they know me too well. But this is one thing probably Black shouldn't do because I think you can play knight takes pawn here. And after a recapture, this wasn't a blunder. You can now jump out with your queen. I'm a bit hesitant because anytime you capture a rook in the corner, you risk getting trapped. But here I don't see any way for Black to really profit.
You can go queen c7 and try
c7. And take the rook.
Yeah, and then, yeah, because you're not going knight c6. Knight c6 is going to be met by b5, and the queen is out.
Yeah, I can get out, maybe, although it's still complicated after knight a5. And likewise, bishop b7. Oh, sorry, here you take a pawn and you get out this way. So there is an escape route.
Yep.
So yeah, that's one thing. There's actually similar tricks in the Benko if Black doesn't accept. Oh, sorry, if white doesn't accept. I'm getting the colors confused, all these reversed openings. Actually, this is something Gukesh has been doing as well, and actually in this match in general. Ding did it earlier with this bishop a3 idea very early on. It's like an idea with reverse colors. You're playing essentially against a London system with 1 extra tempo here. Gukesh is playing this weird Benko Blumenfeld gambit with 1 extra tempo.
Yeah, and Ding. Now down to under 1 hour and 10 minutes on the clock. Gukesh barely paused for thought. It's also concerning. Again, I think Ding just has to choose a strategy now and just go for it.
I do wonder, Jovanka, whether it's this conscience thing as well. You take a quick draw with white, and in your mind you're like, oh, I feel guilty. I really shouldn't have done that. You just don't feel good about yourself afterwards. Anytime I take a quick draw with white, just like Ding did yesterday, if I ever play like that, I guarantee I'm going to lose the next day.
Yeah.
Every time it's happened in my career. Just because there's this feeling of guilt and it slows you down and makes you freeze. And
you know, on that subject, I had a feeling of guilt. So it was in my first Women's World Championship knockout, and I won the first game and I was easily winning the second. I was like, now a piece up, and they offered me a draw.
Yeah.
And I took it just to kind of coast through to the next round.
Fair enough.
Right. But I was like, I was a piece up.
Who cares about rating points anyway?
I mean, they were higher rated than me. It was so it was. No, I prepared very hard for that. Whenever I qualified for the Women's World Championship, I was like, serious mode. But yeah, and the next one, I felt like I hadn't had cheated at chess. I don't know. It's a weird
You
feeling.
hadn't done it in the most like pure chess way.
Yes, like I had somehow chickened out, and I didn't like that sensation. So, well, it is decision time once again for Ding Liren. It's only 4 moves in, and he's been surprised twice in the opening. Let's see how he's going to come up and react to Gukesh's A3. We're going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to break down exactly what happened, and of course, we're going to dive into more action.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are back, and as usual, this match keeps entertaining us with twists and turns. And for Game 11, it all started with some surprises, as always. Gukesh extremely well prepared. And, well, we just saw a surprise from Gukesh that caused Ding to think for over 30 minutes. He made the most natural move, a move that he'd played before, and he's been now thinking for some more time as he reacts to the real surprise that Gukesh had prepared.
Yeah, it looks like an innocent little pawn move, but Gukesh essentially keeping the tension. He's just pushed a pawn forward to A3. And yeah, Ding's 38-minute think on knight to F6 on the previous move. Perhaps a bit wasted. He could not have expected this move, and it's not the most scary move after all. But here we go. Ding is thinking for another near 16 minutes on this juncture, and he spent nearly half of his time, Jovanka, and he's only made 4 moves so far. This is wild stuff. This is almost unprecedented, I would say, in World Championship history to be 4 moves in, now 5 after White's last move, and to see one of the players burning half their time.
Yeah, it's very surprising, as you say, and it's very intriguing as well, because as we see on the board, there is a massive conflict going on in the center. It means that Ding has played this very aggressively, pushing his pawn forward all the way up to D4. And what we're going to see is this strategical tussle. White will try to chip away and just achieve that by playing pawn takes pawn at the right time, trying to get some excellent diagonals for his pieces, whereas Ding, he must support the center. If he manages to support the center and complete development, he will be very healthily better. But as it stands, it is a battle, so he needs to conserve some of his energy. Now, the center is very, very important in chess in general. We're advised as beginners to control the center, so maybe we can ask our assistant, AI assistant from Google, Gemini. Tell us more about the center.
I think we'll be actually coming to that in a moment, Jovanka. We will, I promise, get that video for you.
Gemini's got the coolest analogies.
It really does. And we do need a helping hand because these long thinks are really giving us a lot of time to fill. But let's jump into some moves maybe, Jovanka, because I'm going to say A5. I'm going to say that that's a logical move. Also, I've played this a lot online myself from the white side. And often the players, they do play this move A5, not in this exact position, but in a similar, under similar circumstances. And here, let's say white plays B5. What will your move be here?
Well, it's interesting because my vibe is to go knight to D7 and get in E5. You want to be setting up a black kind of Christmas tree, B6, C5, D4, E5. And if I manage to do that and you haven't challenged, I am very, very happy.
And let's see if there's a difference between, because Ding has played something very similar before, just with the black pawn back on A7, the white pawn back on A2. And this time, is there a difference? Knight takes pawn,
Knight C5. I mean, you'd think there wouldn't be because you just have the same position with the insertion of A3, A5.
This looks very tempting for black. Yes, you're a pawn down, but after the knight drops back, E5. I mean, this pawn is rolling. E4 is going to hit the white knight, steamroller it out the way. The black bishop is, oops, if I can get my arrows correct, the black bishop's coming out. Also, having A5 and A3 included does give you the option of playing A4, dropping this knight into the B3 outpost. This just looks phenomenal for black. And as we mentioned earlier, under similar circumstances, knight takes E5, not advisable due to queen to D4 with a double attack. So yeah, this looks healthy. Knight BD7, I guess here maybe it would be a moment to deviate. White could play, for example, D3, E5, and kind of switch tack here and start kind of fianchettoing. This would lead to a very tense middle game, but nothing to be too scared of for Ding Liren.
No. And one of the things I really love to do, I don't know whether black has time for it, is to go rook A7, B6, bishop B7. Obviously, I'm not going to shut in the rook. I'm going to move the rook out of harm's way and then prepare for bishop to B7. I often find that when white has an amazing fianchettoed bishop on a G2, just cutting across the board, you want to be challenging it with your own light squared.
Yeah, one thing he could be afraid of, Ding, is that he gets caught in a middle game. Actually, if we just show that line one more time, if he gets caught in a middle game such as this one, pawn to A5, and we were saying the knight comes out to D7. Yeah, let's just make some natural moves for both sides. Bishop to G2, both sides castle. Let's say black plays this rook to A7 move just to sort out this diagonal. And maybe white plays, I don't know, knight to D2, B6. Let's again wait for white, A4. If black ever plays bishop B7, maybe white just blocks. And this looks like a King's Indian defense now. With colors reversed yet again, this pawn structure and this formation for white is King's Indian attack-like, actually, which comes from a lot of different openings. Now white's going to move the knight out the way, maybe jump in, or even step it back and play the move F4. And unlike the King's Indian, where often black is the one with the structure, black's central pawns are pointing towards the queen side, so black should be attacking on the queen side. Here it's totally locked up, and play will switch totally to one flank. This one, it's very hard to evaluate. Probably a computer says that black's doing very well, but in human terms, it's very hard for black to come up with a plan.
Yeah, and talking about very hard to come up with a plan, Ding is now officially like over 1 hour down on the clock.
It's worrying signs for fans of Ding Liren. This is very extreme handling of the clock, and it's all about confidence. Once we see him get into a middle game, we've mentioned it in the past, if he gets a middle game, he likes a middle game, he sees a plan, he plays so quickly, so fast, and very impressively. The standard is always very high, but when he's not confident, Ding, when he's been surprised, that's when he burns the time, and I don't think we've ever seen it as bad as this, at least in that French defense you mentioned. Even day one, when everyone was criticizing the clock handling by Ding, at least he'd had half a dozen moves on the board by then. At least he was able to play his early middle game very quickly.
Yeah.
The plan was straightforward. The center was locked. Here it's still anyone's game. Still could go in any type of direction. He can't predict it. Even if you spend half an hour here, you can't see into the future.
Okay. Yeah, it's making me worried because Ding just has to take a decision and stick with it. Ultimately, there's nothing wrong with his position. He's not done anything wrong at all. Okay, he's made a move.
Okay, he brings his bishop out to g4. Again, very healthy looking move, makes a lot of sense. I mentioned it in a similar position. Actually, again, with colors reversed. Without this move, a3, bishop to g4 would be very healthy. Gukesh, of course, replies instantly. And there we see a post from Jan Nepomniachtchi, former World Championship challenger twice. Yeah, saying, someone tell Ding it's his turn. Ding has woken up, though, from that trance, from that stupor, and he's made some moves.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a pin being challenged.
And so in this type of position, when I'm thinking about, I have sometimes got experience playing on this position with colors reversed and the extra time, and the kind of the reason you do this is you want to go bishop takes knight, and then after queen takes, you want to be going queen c7, so then you get e5 in. You want this big center.
And
do you go for the same plan?
It's very tempting, right? It feels like a strict choice between two moves. Here we see this is a brand new position, by the way. This has never been seen before in the history of chess. We're just 7 moves in. I believe Ding's move actually was the new one on move 5. But yeah, I mean, you can retreat this bishop. You can keep the pin. The one danger if you step back is that white is going to hit you with pawn to g4 and actually just maybe even flick in knight to e5. But yeah, you're helping white to fianchetto here. Knight e5 is coming with some danger along this diagonal. Your bishop has vacated the light squares. So white's bishop is going to be targeting some stuff. Knight c6 looks very nice until you realize b5 is coming, and now again knight e5 maybe. It's still very complicated, it's going to be said.
Yeah, but somehow it just feels that the pawn on d4 has overextended itself. And the bishop on g2, ironically enough, is completely unchallenged.
Yeah, beautiful bishop.
Yeah. And as a keen person who loves to put pawn in the center, I disapprove of this because I feel like black's position is very unstable.
Yeah, maybe white can even do this in a better way, but this would be very complicated stuff. Very ambitious as well by Ding. It's provocation, basically, if he steps back, asking Gukesh to attack him, throw pawns forward. As you mentioned, taking the knight is normally what they do with colors reversed. And we've mentioned that Gukesh is basically playing a black opening as white, therefore he has one extra move, and the extra move here is pawn to a3, which doesn't look like it changes much, but as you mentioned, Jovanka, if you play like queen c7, say d3, e5, now at least white doesn't have to spend a move defending this pawn, which with colors reversed you would have to.
Yeah. So the kind of stuff that I would be doing in this particular pawn structure with black would be, you know, making moves like a5 and trying to disturb the white queen side.
For example.
Yeah, and then if there's always an element of risk for white to go b5 because you get the c5 square for a knight, and that is the dream square for a knight. And every time you see this pawn structure, normally I've had a lot of grandmasters play this position with the white pieces against me, and they've gone for g4 because they're like maximize the space as much as possible.
Yeah. So for example, this position now, because this pawn is protected, white can lash out, and it makes a lot of sense actually positionally. For example, let's say a5 after g5, the knights are fighting for squares, and yeah, I mean it's not the worst thing in the world, but the white bishop gets quick access again to this diagonal. It's hard to say. I mean, I still think Ding should go for something like this if he can, just because it's manageable. You get the pawn center.
Yeah.
At least it's a rational position where you can start making quick moves, but. Again, he's gone into a bit of a think after h3. You would have thought bishop g4, this is the one variation you do expect. White's moves are pretty much forced. White has to try and break the pin with h3. Okay, there was a trade of pawns on d4 first, but strange to start thinking now. He's invested over an hour, and your opponent plays the most obvious move, and then you stop again. It's just confidence.
Yeah. Well, he has to make a decision. Okay, so bishop takes knight is the more solid approach of the two.
Yeah.
You really have to either go bishop h5 or bishop takes knight. I don't see there's any point or logic in dropping your bishop back all the way. You literally provoked a move that white wants to play anyhow. So, okay, let's reinvestigate bishop to h5.
Okay.
Because that's probably what's causing Ding to pause. I loved your g4.
Again, it's ambitious, and Gukesh is playing very ambitiously in this opening, so it would be consistent.
Yep, so you must drop back with the bishop. Bishop g2. Or did you jump in with your knight to e5?
I mean, knight e5, there's something to be said for that as well. Before black is able to get the knight, the knight out to c6. Next move, bishop to g2. The reason I didn't suggest it is because I thought maybe black can get away with a move like bishop to e4 before white's bishop occupies that diagonal. And if you block with f3, then okay, now this bishop can maybe just take a knight. Could maybe start considering moves like knight c6, but let's say bishop takes knight. Now this bishop is far less happy on f1. You can imagine, I don't know, knight d7 or queen c7, and you've got to be careful now, the black queen coming in.
Okay, he's taken the knight, so he's decided that bishop h5 is just too risky. Bishop takes f3, so we're going to get those tense positions, but the problem is actually Gukesh's moves are very, very quick. Queen takes f3. Okay, now it's decision time for Ding. You must guard that pawn on b7. You've either got to go knight c6 or queen c7. Queen c7 played. Yes, it made the most sense because you're preparing e5.
Oh. And I think actually with colours reversed, you didn't need to defend that pawn. I think the black knight could have just moved out of the way, and after the queen had taken that pawn, there would have been some ideas of the black rook coming across, capturing on b4. But again, due to white's extra tempo, the pawn on a3, defending its fellow pawn here, this was very much forced by Ding, so not ideal for him. And okay, we'll learn a lot over the next few minutes. If Gukesh continues blitzing, then warning bells for Ding. But if Gukesh slows down, then at least Ding knows he's kind of survived the opening, and he'll feel a bit more confident.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting moment. See space, play solidly. But one thing that's clear, though, white has the bishop pair. And that's something that will give white some very long-term chances. And it does have extra space on the queen side. For black, it's all about the center. Just making sure you don't rush too soon with trying to destabilize the queen side. For now, it's prioritizing, stabilize, castle the king, and react to whatever white does.
Yeah, just go back to basics. Just control the center, get developed, and only react a bit later, depending on white's queenside pawn structure, for example, depending on how aggressively white plays on the king side. We mentioned pushing the g pawn is very tempting, very consistent with what Gukesh has been doing. But again, it comes with a cost. It comes with the creation of weaknesses in white's camp as well.
Yes. Well, hasn't he virtually played g4 in every single game?
Most of his white games. I don't think it happened in the Catalan.
Did it?
Or did it?
Did it in the end?
No, I don't think it did.
No, it didn't, no.
But yeah, anyway, it is very much up his alley. At least in Gukesh's first few whites, he did play the move g4 relatively early.
Yes. And there we can see full screen of the players. For Gukesh now, he's taken his first think. Now, how much time do you think Gukesh should spend, considering he's got such a big lead?
Yeah, there's a temptation when your opponent is investing huge amounts of time to really drive home the point that you're up on the clock by speeding up yourself, by rushing. But at the same time, it might mean the quality of your moves aren't necessarily the best. Gukesh has the luxury of 1 hour and 5 minutes extra already. So I would say it's worth investing at least a few of those to come up with a middle game plan. Ultimately, it depends as well a lot on how well he is familiarized himself with these types of middle games, how much he's studied them in the past. But we will wait and see. Gukesh with plenty of time to think.
He's got all the time in the world, just a little over an hour time difference. And, well, it is a massive pleasure to have a four-time Ho Yifan, four-time Women's World Champion, joining us here in the studio. Welcome, and I've got to ask you, how are you finding the match so far?
Well, so I believe that probably the match gonna be decided in the last minute, and it goes like more and more exciting. And of course, I follow the games, and I was also following your conversation. I heard that there were some tendencies, right? But today it looks like might be a very interesting game starting from the opening. I mean, for the C5 D4 stuff, it might be. I mean, the position might just be very tricky for both sides at some moments.
Yeah, and obviously you're cheering for your countryman and friend Ding Liren. Do you get a bit worried when he's spending so much time on the clock?
At first, yes. When it happened, let's say the first game of the match, oh, maybe that's the first game that he won. Yeah. And when you see things repeating several times, and then you feel like, oh, okay, time, yeah, it's a factor. But the position also matters, maybe matters more. So I believe that both players actually needs to find, balance well, let's say, between the time management and also the position. It's hard to say that what works, and I believe for certain position of certain situation, there might be something work out, like in that situation, the best ways. It's hard to say. But of course, when you see, today still, well.
It's an hour time difference.
Yeah, now I realize it's a huge time difference. Okay. For most of the players, let's say, if I'm having black pieces with this position, with this time left on the clock, I must be a little bit nervous and trying to catch up. But when you start to be speedy for some moves, there might be some mistakes happen some moments. But so far, I think Ding showed his strength. Yeah. Even under time pressure, he finds the best moves, sometimes the only moves. And for Gukesh, it seems like when he has this huge let's say, time advantage at some moments, he's trying to push. Yeah. Sometimes push a little bit over, but the good thing is like he also tried to get it back under control at some moments.
Yeah, and there we do see a move, D3 played by Gukesh. He's waiting before making a commitment on the king side. And I'm kind of curious, is everyone in China, are Ding Liren's fans, are they confident that he's going to win the match?
Yeah, I know that there are many chess people. And also, actually this time I'm here with my team from Peking University, and we have 4 students here. And they're not only 4, but they're representing, let's say, the students from Peking University. Actually, there are a lot who are rooting for Ding and who are following the match, to be honest, very closely. So every day starting from 5 p.m. because we don't have time difference between China and Singapore, right? So there are a few group chat. Let's say people are talking every minute, like thousands of messages. So they're just discussing the position, of course, rooting for Ding as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's very nice to hear that he has a strong support network. And meanwhile, knight BD7 played. The game is following the route that we expected. And you mentioned that you were bringing your students over to Singapore to play a match against the Singaporean university. How did it go?
Well, the idea was that I know the students, my students, they wanted to come here to visit the match. And also, let's say I'm now working for the physical education department of Peking University, and we do have some visits for, let's say, the universities here. So actually our director also, he's bringing the team here. So we're doing some visits, and also for students, they really wanted to visit the venue and to follow the games closely. Yeah, and they say like, oh, we're so happy. They were even consider like maybe one weekend they will just come here by themselves. So they're happy that they're here. But I thought, okay, when they're visiting, it's good that they have a kind of communication with local players, because I think for organizers, or let's say for a city, when you hold such a top level events. Some of the reasons must be like you want to promote chess locally, let's say, in your city or maybe in your country. And when we're visiting here, we also help try to bring more sources, bring more, let's say, chess communications talks, this kind of things here.
Oh, it sounds absolutely fascinating. And you yourself, of course, are like a 4-time former women's world champion, and you've been in this match situations before.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about them?
Well, so I think today I've been asked like similar questions, not the first time, not the second time. Yeah, no. But I'm trying every time to give some different answers. Okay, so it's like I do have experience for the match. I played 3 matches, but let's say this situation I might not face yet before, because for my matches I thought I was lucky. Most of them went well. And I think the most challenging one should be the first one was playing with Humby. But still, that I managed to win a couple of games with black pieces. So until this moment, almost the situation is a little bit clear. But this time already 10 games have been played. There's still like equal score, right? And also both of the players, they're very strong. They're almost in the same level, right? So let's say those factors, apart from their superior techniques, also matters a lot. Let's say psychological factors, and also how they deal with pressure, and how they deal with people following them as the support, and the whole world's attention. Just try to play well the games and also the moves.
And how did you deal with the psychological pressures? I mean, did you have lots of training camps? Did you have someone like Gukesh? He's been working with a performance coach. Were you doing anything of the same?
No. No, you know why I'm posing? I was thinking maybe I should have done it at some moments. I mean, not for the match, but in general, just if you try to still improve your performance in chess, let's say to the higher level, maybe you should. But for me, for my match, no, I was just doing some chess preparation. That's all. And for psychological parts, as I explained before, I mean, when match starts, you are just like rolling by the situation. You don't think much, round by round, and then already I got some plus scores. So basically, I thought like psychologically, I'm really in a kind of more comfortable position. So you don't have much to worry about. Just keep playing.
I ask at the university, what does your role comprise of? What's your day-to-day look like?
Well, so I started to work in Peking University since last summer, and I'm a lecturer there. So basically, I need to give lectures every week, and also we do need to do some, let's say, research and projects. Apart from that, for example, the students who are coming here this time, they're representing, let's say, the best level of we call it like students club. So basically, this is a kind of sports students club, and so on. These kind of programs are also part of my job. And apart from that, I'm also responsible for our department's we call it like foreign affairs for this international projects, communications, and also for our teachers, our staff to travel abroad. This kind of things I'm also like doing with.
There are a lot of chess work involved in your day-to-day. Like, how much do you miss, for example, the heat of battle at all? Or you
mean the real chess work for myself? Yeah. Unfortunately, not.
Not so much.
We can even take out so much, just like not. But yeah, time to time, when I was playing, for example, Asian Games last year, and when there were some, let's say, important events for the team, of course, I need some time to prepare. But apart from that, my time nowadays, just like a little time for chess. Pity.
Yeah, it's a big pity, because we really enjoy it when you come back to the board with your aggressive style.
We were watching you at the Global Chess League. We were enjoying your games.
Oh yeah, we met in Global Chess League. Well, my games there. Okay, some are interesting, some are. Okay, shows like I'm not so practical nowadays, but yeah, I hope that I could spend more time and also try to participate in more events, at least for some rapid and blitz ones, if the classical ones are like say.
Yeah. Do you prefer rapid and blitz, or is it just a matter of schedule?
Matter of schedule only, because when I was playing, let's say, as a professional chess player, I don't choose really, and actually I play more like the classical chess. I mean, I enjoy rapid blitz, but nowadays I play almost only this, just because that's the matter of the schedule. I cannot organize in other ways.
Yeah. And I know we only have you here for a short time, so I'm going to go back to the chess, because,
of course,
because it's super exciting. What do we think about this position?
Well, I mean, the last few moves like A5, B5, knight, B7 seems like very logical. And this kind of structure, we call it like Belloni structure, right? Just like opposite color. White has this very powerful like squared bishop. It's supposed to normally go like H1 to A8 diagonal, but in the meantime, I think for white, one of the things basically whether you're gonna develop the dark square bishop, for example, to G5. Do we want to do this kind of exchange and to play a better structural, opposite color bishop, or what is the plan? Of course, white is really delayed on the development, but the things like if we watch out for like kind of E4 breakthrough, the position gonna be more or less okay. But it's hard to say. I don't know how I gonna continue from here. It seems like black may have some counterplay.
Hard to know, right? It's where to start. Do you start by getting this bishop out? Do you start by bringing the knight out? Unfortunately, right now, bishop G5, yeah, you'd love to play it, I think, but there's a check, so...
How about the move G4?
Yeah. Why not? We're analyzing.
Nothing. Okay. Happy to raise some questions that you haven't talked before.
Okay, I guess knight to C5.
Yeah. G4 is just for fun.
Yeah, just to have this escape square for the knight. Now big threat, maybe. Knight to B3. It's got to be one of these pieces moving. I think.
Yeah, so can you go knight D2?
Knight D2.
Although... No, I just think, no, knight D2. The only thing was that if you reacted with queen to E5, check.
Yeah, annoying.
It is annoying because you have to put the bishop on E2.
E2, or maybe
King D1. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. Bishop to E2, for example. Now, it's unclear where black wants to develop this one as well. Probably E6 and come out this way some point. Could think about H5.
Yeah.
There's so much room for creativity here. I think that's why we're surprised Ding was using so much time on the clock, because the middle game is where things were going to get exciting. But okay, let's say G4, knight C5. Okay, how about I play rook A2? Is that silly?
No, I was thinking that just as you...
I really want to get this idea that you mentioned.
Okay.
Just now there's a check I can block.
Very clever.
I mean...
And if you go E5, you're just going to go bishop to G5 and do your idea.
Unless E4 comes, it's unclear. But I'm hoping that with my rook on A2, I'm going to take and slide it across.
Looks like not so promising for white.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned opposite color bishops, for example. Okay, maybe not take immediately, but this type of position, if white gets a lot of moves, like knight D2, I guess black's bishop is coming. But if white could set up bishop G2, knight E4, shouldn't be too much danger.
Or maybe we should go G3, like more reasonable.
G3.
Just in case no F4 square. No, but the thing is like for whites, it's important to decide to develop which piece first, actually. I think that's the reason why Gukesh is thinking here.
Plenty of choice, right?
Next few moves should be important, actually. If you set up, just like David, you said, if white manages to develop all the pieces, the structure may be slightly in favor of white. But the thing is, like, if you cannot like set up all of these moves, then might be completely different.
You know Ding very well. I mean, he is a D4 player mostly, and this is like a D4 opening with colors reversed, so...
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna suit him, maybe?
Well, yeah, I was playing with him, let's say, when both of us were young, like many games. It seems like his style is, how to say, I would say creative, something like, so you wouldn't say like this structure suits him, so he plays well, that structure doesn't suit him, so he feels like uncomfortable. So basically, I think he can play different structures, right? And he has his own idea to approach positions. Yeah, and always he's looking for something which is, we would say, thoughtful, maybe something that is just like ideas behind the move. Just not, he's not like repeat the most logical moves always and follow the mainstream, things like that.
And you said you played him many times. I mean, I guess you've played some blitz games, rapid games with him. If it goes to tie breaks, do you think he'll feel more confident?
Yeah, I played with him. I kind of know his level, but it seems like I don't know the level of Gukesh, so I cannot really answer this question. Of course, Gukesh is very strong, but when he shows his chess skills, I'm almost like not playing so, let's say, frequently. So I need more knowledge about Gukesh, then I can answer this question like more well. But at least for Ding, he's not afraid, let's say. He's not afraid or he's not uncomfortable for faster time control, let's say, rapid blitz.
Well, that's lovely to hear from you, Ho, and to tell us all about Ding Liren and your stories and your experiences. Thank you very much for joining us here. And I hope your visit to Singapore goes well. And in the meantime, well, Charlize is taking us on a venue tour, but in a different style. It's the ASMR edition. Have a look.
FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. Ding Liren. Gukesh T. Chessboard. Clock. Score sheet. Room. Lenzo. Google Experiential Zone. Merch Store. Spectator Gallery. Arbiter.
Wow, the chess players do play in silence, so it's very fitting that we have a venue tour. Yeah, Charlie's surprising us there. And there we do see it is Gukesh on the board who is diving in, thinking about where to put the pieces. It's a big moment, as former Women's World Champion Ho Yifan told us. Now, if Gukesh manages to coordinate his pieces, he will have that slight advantages, but it is, of course, a two-player game. It's a very dynamic position. And there's one thing that has concerned us consistently, and that is Ding Liren's usage of the clock. He has burnt a lot of time just considering what to do. And there we see Gukesh also using some time on the clock. And yeah, I'm just smiling because former Women's World Champion Ho Yifan was, of course, a much appreciated guest on the show. She has a lot of fans wherever she goes.
And I must admit, I'm one of those fans, Jovanka. Thank you for holding the fort there. I was off getting a selfie with the former Women's World Champion. No, great of her to join us because it's such a busy schedule for her here. She's just making a flying visit to Singapore just for the 24 hours. And yeah. Having her join us, we've had Vichy join us, we've had Boris Gelfand, you know, so many legends.
Howell, Elianov, we have so many. Emil Satowski, Zhijun, Eric Rosen, I mean, Anna Mizic, Alexandra Kostaniuk, so many of the who's who in chess joining us, sharing with us their stories. And it's been a real treat. And that's exactly what you can expect if you were to make a personal appearance here in Singapore. Visit the venue, visit the activities, and Gukesh, be on hand to experience a FIDE World Championship live in Singapore. This is my very first World Championship match. I didn't go to the one in London. Oh. Don't judge me, David, but I didn't. I did miss out. So it's very unique to me how, like, the environment is just intoxicating, but it's all, at the same time, it's tense with anticipation.
Yeah, there's a special buzz to it. I mean, I was there in London. That was actually my first World Championship match visiting, and I mean, I was very good friends with both of the players there, but both of them just locked themselves away. They were just in the zone. The level of chess in 2018 between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana was supremely high. The nerves didn't affect them at all, but throughout chess history, we have seen moments where it's got to the players, one side or the other have cracked usually. And of course, there have been World Championships where things have come down to the last few moments, the last few games. There have been tie breaks in recent history, even going further back. I mean, there were Kasparov matches that went down to the last day. I mean, so many historic moments, and it feels like we're building towards something. It's been the calm before the storm, I think, these last few days, and this might be the storm starting to brew now.
And the most recent one that I was doing commentary for was the Women's World Championship match between Zhu Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. And there it went down to the final game. And so we all thought it was going to go to tie breaks. I mean, if you had said to me on the morning of the 12th game, what's going to happen, it's going to be a very quick draw, tie breaks. But no, it was like a full-blooded fight on the board, and the advantage swung. Maybe because of nerves, maybe because of the pawn structure. It was a very unbalanced pawn structure in that game. And then Zhu Wenjun won, and she retained her Women's World Championship title.
Things can, they can change, they can switch so quickly. Like you said, imbalanced pawn structures. I mean, this is one prime example. The last few games between these two, there's been a lot of symmetry in the pawn structures. Nothing really to fight for in terms of positional play, strategy. It was the dynamics that really counted, and both players balancing each other out. This one, I can't imagine fizzling out anytime soon. This game is going to get wild, and probably in the near future. Gukesh has to be very accurate. That's why he's been thinking. The first real think by Gukesh now. It's given us some time to take stock of this upcoming middle game. Once we get there, he spent nearly 20 minutes thinking now, Gukesh. And as Ho Yifan mentioned to us, it's about piece development. Most of White's pieces are still at home. Only piece to be developed is the queen. That goes against conventional wisdom. Don't bring Her Majesty out too quickly. She's the most valuable piece. Anytime she gets hit, she'll have to retreat. The queen, a bit of a target as well in some variations. If black can ever get e5, e4, blow open the center, maybe some knight to e5. But I've got to say, Ding's got a great position out of the opening. It's just the clock that kind of gave us a lot of stress, probably gave him a lot of worried moments in the last hour or so, but black's position is very healthy, totally fine.
Totally fine. And I just put Sessa on the case, and that's telling me that g3, by the way, g4 is its second choice, but g3, as concluded by you and Ho Yifan, is the response. But it has a very interesting point. It says after knight c5,
black's most natural move.
Yeah, and you'd think that has a massive threat of knight to b3. But I don't get it. What's
just bishop to g2? Or?
Yeah, but I don't get, like, why is knight to b3 such a bad move?
It's curious. Let's investigate.
Let's investigate. So okay, so it's to do with queen takes. This is not natural at all, right?
Difficult. This is why Gukesh is thinking. And after knight to b3, if I didn't know that the computer said white is fine, then I would be panicking here. But process of elimination, it's got to be one of two moves.
Yeah.
I don't think you have time to move the rook in the corner. So it's got to be either queen takes b7, consequences, as you taught me, Jovanka. Every move has consequences. The black knight no longer defends the square. Or it's got to be bishop out to attack the black queen. So both forcing moves, both the first things we should calculate. Let's look at queen takes pawn first.
Okay.
Forcing queen takes queen. There is a check, but that looks a bit weird here.
Well, you're attacking the white rook as well, so. So.
Okay, queen takes queen.
Yeah, because after queen e5 check, you go king f1. Yeah.
Now just to put that on the board, queen e5 check, king to d1, defending the bishop, and actually, this black rook being hit, rook to b8 can just be met by a check at the very minimum, maybe bishop check as well, and no matter what black does, bishop f4. Whoops, game over. So queen's off the board instead. Queen takes, bishop takes. Okay, what if black plays rook to a7? I can understand rook to b8 not being good because now white's bishop will counterattack and no time to really grab the white rook in the corner, but rook a7.
Okay.
This position?
Well, I think the logic is just give a check.
Yep. And
king, knight moves, it doesn't matter. And then you just go bishop to b2 and you're arguing that this is an exchange sacrifice of epic proportions.
Could well be.
I mean, you're going to get a massive center.
This pawn is hanging. It could be defended, though.
Yeah, but I'm wondering whether you could also go f4.
Oh, yeah. F4 for the score.
Exactly.
Get rid of this guy, which defends this guy. And yeah, if the white bishop ever gets into the game, this is over. I mean, even this pawn is just so strong.
Okay, we need to do an action replay. Like, because,
all forced.
because the producers ask us about how did the knight get to a1. Ooh. For those who weren't paying attention or just tuned in, it happened after g3, knight to c5,
threatening this one.
Exactly, and then white calmly goes, I ain't fussed, bishop to g2. And the big thing is that after knight to b3, attacking the rook and the bishop, you have time to grab the pawn on b7.
And just to put the variation on the board, this rook is attacked. If you try to move it, white saves the bishop with a check. And when black reacts, then you calmly say, okay, I'm allowing you to win some material. But at the very end, white has fantastic compensation, fantastic long-term potential. And yeah, this is a little bit of calculation for Gukesh's standards. It's nothing. I think he would be easily able to see this far into the future. But yeah, I think it's a stylistic thing. He wants to play g4. He probably has itchy fingers. He's like, okay, I can go forward, gain a bit of time with my pawn potentially. But yeah, as we kind of came to the conclusion that after g4, it's not necessarily clear you want to boot the black knight back to fresher pastures. Yeah, why weaken yourself anyway with g4? Ultimately, you're putting all your pawns on light squares, and the dark squares long term are where black is going to thrive. Black has the bishop, black's knights can get into squares like f4 if the white bishop on the c1 is ever traded off. So g3 makes a lot of positional sense, but it's hard, the restraint involved to play that move.
Yeah, g3, and also if you can spot the idea of just grabbing the pawn on b7. Well, Gukesh thinking. Now, one of the most important things for every sports person is to get themselves into the flow. The flow is that optimum state, that balance between concentration, relaxing, and focus. If you get that, you're often said to be in the zone. Now, we have noticed that when Gukesh closes his eyes, is meditating, have a look at this.
Wow.
Wow. So there we see him rhythmically tapping his foot as if having a chance. I mean, just getting himself into the zone. Now, this is not uncommon to sportsmen. You always see, who is it? Nadal. He bounces the ball. Yeah. He bounces the ball a few times and then does the serve.
He'll adjust his shorts.
Oh, yeah, Nadal,
yeah. Routine, right?
There's always a routine. And there we have it in action.
I've got to say, this is the first time I've seen it in chess. It is relatively new, all this work with sports psychologists and performance coaches in chess. It's always been something that we've lagged behind other sports in, I would say. But yeah, it's noticeable in tennis and other sports. Often before, in football, when a player is about to take a penalty, they'll have their routine. They'll have a certain number of steps they run up and a way that they kind of shake off the nerves, block everything out. And Gukesh as well, at the beginning of every game, when the dignitaries are making the first move, he's got his eyes closed. I've noticed his little fingers going a certain number of times, like counting down as well there. So yeah, it's clearly, it's like a metronome, right? It's just keeping the rhythm, keeping himself awake. Because I was joking earlier in the tournament, but I think very kind of appropriately that often players, if we close our eyes, we pass out, we fall asleep, we lose focus. But you have to keep yourself in the zone somehow, and that's just his way of doing it, perhaps.
The mind these days, I mean, what are they saying? They're saying that literally we have like a 45-second concentration span. It's ridiculously short. Well, we blame social media for that. But anyway, but you know, I mean, how many times have we like settled into thought and then suddenly like the brain goes, how about this? Like just lobs in some random thought and you're completely derailed. So if you're able to use these techniques to be the best version of yourself, to visualize yourself playing great chess and get yourself calm. I think it's a fantastic idea. I've actually not been doing it as professionally as this, but I have been doing something similar. Like I had this technique, you know, where I would do this, and this was like a sign that I should be calm and confident. And the way that it worked is that in the run-up, you keep visualizing yourself being calm, confident. You remember those times where you played fantastic chess and your best chess, and then if you kind of train yourself enough, yeah, it was working for a while, but then I forgot about it. That's the problem, right? Consistency.
Hopefully this serves as inspiration to all of us, everyone at home as well, that we need to get in the zone. I remember, wisdom changes so much though. It's a generational thing maybe, because when I was young, I had coaches who would tell me, you got to go to the gym, lift some weights, you got to punch the wall, you got to eat some red meat, you got to get the aggression, you got to be pumped up during the games. But then I would get to the game, it would be like a super boring ending, and I'd be there like, well, I can't get the aggression out, you know? Yeah. You don't want to be too emotional during games, and I think Gukesh is living proof of that. He's always calm and in control. So yeah, it's funny how things change. I mean, Fischer, sometimes Kasparov, they used to be a ball of energy, right? Just that opponents would feel and fear. But yeah, for Gukesh, it's pretty much the opposite. It's just zen. It's that.
Yeah. And that's something I would say is quite peculiar to the younger generation. When you play them these days, you don't get that like burning desire that they want to kill you over the board. They just want to play good moves that will actually destroy your position. But
pretty scary too.
Yes, it is very.
Yeah, and I mean, there we see Gukesh. I mean, this is unthinkable up until now. I don't think we've ever seen anyone this calm, meditating when it's their move. He's now been thinking for almost 30 minutes. On this one moment. This makes a lot of sense. We're about to enter the middle game. It's all about where to put the pieces. The top players, even the top players, need a bit of time when it comes to formulating a long-term plan. Calculation, super quick, super snappy, because it's all forced. The opponent's moves are forced. They can see deep into the future. But when there's 5 or 6 logical moves here, the opponent has 5 or 6 logical replies. That's where the branches start appearing, and that's where they need a bit more time. So yeah, what are your predictions, Jovanka, about what we're about to see? Is it going to settle into a calmer phase, maneuvering now? We saw some brief fireworks in the opening, some weird ideas, but now is it going to become a bit more orthodox and conventional, or do you think we'll continue seeing some real aggression by Gukesh, like G4 being one idea, for example, that we mentioned?
Well, it depends on these next few moves, because if he wants to go for the calmer approach, I feel like knight to D2 is the way forward. Just because, as we saw, if you do go G4, then there was knight C5 with this idea of like queen E5 jack at the right time, and then there wasn't a great way to dodge that check. But if you do knight to D2, knight to C5, you can wait a while, right? You can play some random move like rook B1, or I don't quite know where you want to go, rook A2, or some waiting move, so that when black commits with the center pawns, then you can judge on whether to go G4 or G3, bishop E2.
Yeah, this is true. It's hard to know. It's prioritizing, right? It's like when you have a to-do list. This is my biggest problem in life. I have a to-do list that's like 100 things long. It's like, what do I do first? I always end up doing the easy things first, and then I run out of time. The more important things in life, you know, emails, claiming invoices, all those things, they tend to lag behind. But here it's like, which one do you improve first? If you move the rook first, then maybe you need to swing it across before you can activate the knight and bishop. If you move your knight in first, I mean, just to put this on the board, then the bishop gets blocked in, and as Hou Yifan mentioned, you kind of want your bishop outside the knight first before you move it. But again, you cannot really move the bishop. Bishop G5 is a desirable move, but this walks into a double attack, and black wins a piece. So it's kind of pros and cons behind all of them. So yeah, what to do first, it's a problem. Again, you could leave all of these 3 pieces, move the light squared bishop out first, as we were hinting. Maybe that's why our supercomputer here, Sassy, wants to play G3 and or G4 just to get this bishop out. But again, which order you start activating these pieces, that dilemma comes into play in the next couple of moves.
Certainly. And Well, when it comes to the light square bishop, I feel like you have to determine that by your desires and your wants, right? You want it to be on the long diagonal. You want to be sitting there on g2, just pointing at b7. That's almost like non-negotiable. Yeah. And you don't really want the bishop on e2 as well, because the queen on f3 gives me the heebie-jeebies. Oh, yeah. She shouldn't be out there. She needs to be behind the scenes, you know.
I think he'll play queen d1 and just set up for the next game. Drop her back behind to safety.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay. And this is Susan Polgar, former women's world champion. This is her verdict. With the knight going to the powerful c5 square, Ding's position looks good. Now, she has to believe that this is a part of Gukesh's home prep, but she finds it difficult to understand what White is trying to achieve. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I can understand her concern, because if White doesn't manage to develop their pieces, then this whole concept of knight c5, e5, e4, you know, very quick development from Black is going to be very powerful. But yeah, it's an interesting dilemma.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not the most experienced player in Benoni structures, I've got to say, but I think I can speculate on what White wants to achieve long term. Again, it's just about how to achieve it and the order in which you start mobilizing your pieces. Let's just put a few moves on the board to try and navigate what we might see in this early middle game. Let's say White does play g3, knight to c5, bishop to g2, as we mentioned. The Black knight cannot move because the b7 pawn will drop. We showed that variation a bit earlier. Let's say Black just plays the move e5, which is very natural here. And okay, before knight to b3 becomes too scary a threat, the bishop jumps out, attacking this knight. Maybe the Black knight should actually retreat here, but let's say Ding plays another logical move, bishop coming out. And okay, just for argument's sake, we castle, pawn to h6. There's a trade here. Now knight to e4. These pieces come off, and actually, despite the fact it's opposite color bishops, I think this is what Gukesh should be aiming for. And this is a dream for multiple reasons. Firstly, you have a majority on the queen side. It's a mobile majority. Maybe you can't play c5 yet because it's eyed up by the Black queen. But at some point in the future, if you can ever support this move, get the rook across and push this pawn, you're going to create a pass pawn. Also, your bishop is superior to the enemy bishop. The Black bishop is going to be passive for the rest of the game defending this pawn. And okay, for example, if White's queen ever steps back, your bishop will have a beautiful outpost in the center attacking the opponent's king. And also you control the pawn breaks as Gukesh. So c5 being one of them, that might be blocked. But f4 is available to open up this side of the board. h4, maybe g4, g5. I think this is what long-term the goal is. But yeah, of course, knowing what the dream is and achieving your dream, like in life, is the most difficult thing to do. So this is why Gukesh is pausing, trying to make sure he can achieve, I think, an exchange of these pieces for these pieces. And yeah, the reason being as well that White is a bit cramped. The Black pawn in the center has that cramping effect, space in chess. So Jovanka, I'm guessing that's what Gukesh wants, but how does he achieve it then?
That's exactly what Gukesh wants. I've played this structure myself a few times, and I lost to Boris Gelfand in this structure. I was playing with the white piece, well, I was playing on the Black side of this pawn structure, and it was exactly that. Like, it was opposite color bishops, and again, White has the targets, Black doesn't. So, well, first up, there's some dilemmas though for White. First, they have to notice that g3 is in fact possible.
Yeah, rather than, I mean, g4 is so tempting. In a blitz game, I think everyone plays g4 just because,
yeah,
you know, one square closer to promotion.
Exactly.
It looks like you're being aggressive.
Right, it does, and you're preventing any kind of f5 ideas ever in the future. You're securing the f5 square for your pieces, but yeah. Actually, it's a lot, it's very weakening somehow. But okay, g3, you have to notice that's possible because this knight c5, knight b3 idea isn't that great. And then we have to ask ourselves, what does Black want from the position? Because so far we've seen it from the White side.
Yeah. I think, I mean, for example, that variation we mentioned, one clear improvement to my eyes would be, after e5, for example, bishop to g5, just keeping this knight. I think knights here, because the center is semi-blocked and it's all about outposts, like this one is glorious. You might jump in, at least apply some pressure to the base of white's pawn chain. This is always the weakness in the Benoni, right? Knights are just stronger than bishops simply, so drop this knight back. And suddenly, okay, if these bishops disappear, that's not the worst thing in the world for black. Get rid of the enemy bishop pair. But it's more about this knight jumping, maybe getting replaced by a fellow knight. Often there'll be e4 pawn breaks, the other knight jumps into the center. So this is already one clear improvement where that plan I mentioned doesn't quite work for white. So yeah, what black wants, I guess, develop this one, castle, and pawn majority is on the king side, so long term, playing on their side that he is stronger.
And this is where you feel like white, having gone g3, probably it's best to go g5, g4.
Oh no.
Start your way there.
Just to stop f5 ever happening.
Yeah.
And then you tuck the bishop round it.
Yeah, that's the main reason, because I was thinking knight to d2 is optimal move.
That's clever, Jovanka, actually. Maybe g4 after all. I'm getting convinced.
Well, it's kind of swings and roundabouts. But okay, Gukesh thinking for 37 minutes. And we've seen this pattern before, like Ding burns the time. We all go, bad time usage. And then he poses Gukesh problems. And Gukesh burns almost as much time as he does.
And it's like that song, Jovanka, and it's not just because I went to karaoke last night with some of the team here in Singapore, which was a lot of fun, but it's, what is it? It's like, anything you can do, I can do better.
No, you can't.
Anything you can do, I can do too.
That's how it goes. No, you can't.
No,
yes,
you can't.
I can.
Yes, I can. And it's like, okay, Ding literally spent 38 minutes and we were questioning it on move 4. And now Gukesh has spent 38 minutes on, this is what now? Move 10, 11?
Yeah.
There we see, this is actually officially the longest think of the game. So things starting to balance out.
Yes.
Can't believe I sang, like, what am I doing?
David has a very nice voice.
I know. It's the tune, slightly out of tune sometimes, but...
He's a very powerful voice that I learned to my cost when we did karaoke.
That's why you didn't want to come last night.
No, because I knew I'd end up shouting, and I was like, I'm going to lose my voice. So another time.
Good call.
I'll have to.
After the match.
Yeah, you're on.
In the meantime, okay, long think by Gukesh. He still does have a big time advantage. He's still 23 minutes up here. But yeah, the players starting to converge on each other yet again, and still early days. Still 3/4 of the way to the time control.
What move are we on? We're like a ridiculous move 10, right?
Snail's pace, but we will see the players speed up soon.
Do you think we're going to see a time scramble?
I hope so, Jovanka. I hope so.
Yeah.
How about you?
I hope so. I really enjoy time scrambles. I mean, there's certain delight one gets in watching people panic.
Exactly. Rather them than me. But that's my philosophy. But in the meantime, I think, I mean, the fact that Ding has stabilized means momentum is on his side. Actually, that's often what happens when you see one player spend a lot of time. If they're in trouble on the board as well, then, okay, it's a struggle. But if on the board they suddenly start working things in their favor, then the fact that the opponent now has slowed down means initiative switches hands, and at least Black's plans are easy, I would say. At least Howell Fan mentioned Black's got 2 easy moves, at least in the near future, maybe more. White's got 0 easy moves. So if this were a blitz game, rapid game, you would say, okay, Black's got a practical advantage, but easy moves are a godsend. Yeah.
White has to be very precise, even now. Like, for instance, if White were to play knight to d2, knight c5, knight c5 is going to happen. So I'm just checking with Ceci. So g3 would kind of take it back into that kind of normal stuff. But if you were to go g4, just for fun, then your idea of knight f to d7 is very much in the air.
I just don't see White ever untangling here, really.
And big threat, like you can't go bishop to g2 because look at that. Would you believe it? Knight e5 and the d3 pawn is going to fall.
Yeah, they always say Benoni, it means son of sorrow. And the sorrowful pawn is always this one, the d3 pawn, or as Black, the d6 pawn. This is the pawn that's the big target. And yeah, I remember once I played as White, actually, I went for a Sicilian. I ended up getting a kind of Benoni pawn structure. So exactly what Gukesh has got here, just from a different move order. And I thought, okay, I'm like 10 tempi up on a normal Benoni. I must be doing well. And I was playing for England, and Nigel Short came up to me afterwards. He's like, even the best Benoni is still a Benoni.
Yeah.
I didn't win that game. I was like, wait, I've got the beautiful position, but this pawn structure, there's always defects.
Do you know, that really reminds me of like when I showed you my game from the Olympiad. I remember it was you and Vlad. I can't pronounce his name. Yeah, that's it. And I was like, I got the terrible position. And then you guys were just looking at it, and I kind of unraveled. And you just went, wow. It's a Benoni, right? And it's a bad structure. But you know, whenever I say this in commentary, I've got to be careful because it comes back to bite me in real life. Like several times I'm on record of saying I don't believe in the Dutch.
And then
and sure enough, I'm like, play against the Dutch, they win. I get terrible position. I'm like,
Chess karma.
And exactly. So whenever I criticize the Benoni, sure enough, someone will play against me. They will win, and I'm like, that's confidence for you, or arrogance rather.
It's one of those openings, right? It's like Marmite, you love it or hate it. But at the top level these days, it's rare to see a Benoni, especially in situations like a World Championship match where you don't necessarily need to win as black. If scores are level, you want to be solid. And normally it's risky. But here, I mean, Gukesh is playing it with white. We talked about the must-win approach. It's not must-win territory, of course, for him, but it's a high-risk approach as well. And yeah, I could definitely see this going wrong for white long term. I think I can see more going wrong for white than I can see going wrong for black right now. And maybe that's reflected in our Lila Zero AI percentage bar, saying that black has a very decent winning percentage chance here. Actually, over 50% that this game is going to be decisive, according to AI.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the time difference is whittling down. Look at that. Just 20 minutes. There was a time, last move, where white was 1 hour up on the clock, and now only close to 20 minutes.
The 18 minutes difference. These neural network engines, I want to understand them better because I want to understand why black has a higher chance than white right now. But maybe it is just that practical value of having the easier play, easier plan, outposts.
Tell you something. In these type of positions, the white queen will come out to f3 with this structure, I always hasten to say. But then she'll go away. She'll move to the other side of the board, you know, because we did see a line where black was putting the knight very quickly on c5, and then the other knight was going to the d7 square and threatening to jump into e5. And it was unpleasant to deal with problems against the d3 pawn.
Yeah, really unpleasant. And I just wonder whether Gukesh is going to do something a bit odd looking, like bishop to e2 or knight to d2 first. I really must admit I don't like knight to d2 just because it blocks in this bishop, and often in the Benoni in general, because you're a bit cramped, you want to trade off one set of minor pieces, which he's achieved. So actually this should be on paper a better Benoni, but this bishop, again, with white here, but black in most Benonis, you just want to get this off the board. It's got no future at all. So that's why you want to achieve bishop g5 at some point, but how do you get it in? Yeah, this would be the dream move right now, right here, if it wasn't for this queen to e5 check. Put that on the board one more time, and game over. But unfortunately for Gukesh, I do wonder whether he's going to play like something a bit odd here, Jovanka, like bishop f4. It looks bizarre allowing black to gain a tempo, but then you play bishop g5 and you smile. You're like, okay, I'm going to get, I've invested one move, but I'm going to get a knight off the board.
Yeah.
It scares me that e4 might be possible here, but just dynamically, since white has lost a move. But
yes, yeah, maybe this is the best way to go about it, but still, it's a liberty, right, to kind of waste time with bishop to f4. And also, you don't have to play e5.
True.
You can also make another move.
Yeah, but what to do with the queen? She wants to defend her pawn. Queen to b6, maybe?
Yeah, queen to b6 is what I would be.
At least now, after knight to d2, the bishop's out. Like, I could even drop it back to h2 now, and at least it's out of the chain. Normally, we want to get bishops outside pawn chains. Here, it's outside the knight chain, the knight and d2.
That's true. That's true. But still.
It does feel weird, though. Like, I don't think it's Gukesh's style to give up time, give up tempi.
Well, maybe he is thinking about that because he spent so long. Maybe it's just invention is the mother of necessity. He's feeling that the position is slightly on the desperate side. So why not be creative and come up with ways of getting what you want?
You want this minor piece off the board for one of Black's knights. Ideally, you want all of the Black knights off the board, but hard to achieve that, mainly because of this outpost. And the knights on outposts, we know, are super strong. Yeah, I've got to say, Jovanka, my opinion is changing. The more the clock ticks down for Gukesh, the more I think he's uncomfortable. Personally, I've never seen him play Benoni positions. Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm familiar with all of his blitz rapid classical games, but I haven't in my research seen too many Benonis. And although, yeah, kind of knowledge of specific pawn structures isn't a necessity these days, I mean, it helps, right? It can't hurt being at least quite experienced in this type of structure.
Definitely. I mean, it really does help with having a little knowledge. So, for instance, when you're facing the Benoni structure, you just have to remember that a knight really wants to be, in this example, c5. That's like the dream square. You want to be dominating the center. At times, you want to be just going e5, f5, e4, and just coming forward. And it's all just a question of space. And once you have those ideas in the back of your pocket, you can use that to kind of shape the way that you play it. Also, sometimes this dark square bishop is the problem piece. Like, say, for instance, Black manages to get e5 in and h6. There's no way that this bishop is actually going to be finding itself in some useful square, right? So, you know what? The more I look at it, the more I'm thinking that your bishop to f4 is going to make an appearance. You might as well have it playing a role.
At least there's a clear purpose behind it. And in the meantime, it's a long think by Gukesh. It's unclear how much more time he'll invest right now. He's been thinking for 48 minutes.
Yes.
That is wild, Jovanka.
Well, Gukesh settling in for a very long think. And we are going to take a pause and take a break. And in that break, well, our very own Charlie's caught up with former 4-time Women's World Champion Howell. So have a listen.
I am here with the legendary Howell, 4 times Women's World Champion, just an icon in chess who made the first move at the FIDE World Championship match. What was your move and why did you choose it?
Oh, well, this is really like a great experience to visit the venue and make the first move. I actually was invited also before in the previous match, but unfortunately at the time it doesn't work. And this time I'm very happy here, especially my teammate Ding, he's fighting for the title again. And the interesting thing is today, after Tole, he made the first move, Gukesh moved the pawn back, and it's my turn, and it seems like Black to move. Okay, anyway, it's just for fun, it's just ceremony. And in general, I'm very happy just to be here and to make this first move ceremony.
Which move did you make for Black playing first?
Logical, because I decided, to be symmetrical. So no matter Mr. Tolle, he made the move, I will make the same. So he made d4. So I decided, okay, d5.
Yes. And how did it feel being in there in this, the box, the fish tank, being with the world champion and this match going on, as being in this position yourself? How did it feel?
Wow. So this match so far is very, exciting. I'm not only talking about the games, because some games are relatively solid, but some games there were like many critical positions. But also, when it goes to already the 11th round of the match, everything mostly will decide on the last minute. So now this is really a big challenge for the participants, not so much about their preparation, so basically their nerves, their physical situation, and also their concentration. A lot of, let's say, psychological factors and other factors might affect the play. So I just hope that under this pressure, the both players gonna still show their real strengths, the best they can to show us, let's say, the great games.
Speaking about this pressure, and my final question to you, you've been able to handle the pressure from a very young age. When you were the youngest women's world champion of all time, you've been in this position. What advice would you give to the players at this critical point of the match?
Well, I know it's very hard, but just try to take it as any other regular game and regular event. If you think much, there might be much affect you. If you think less, maybe sometimes it works out. But still, I mean, although I do have the experience for the World Championship match and to fight for the title, but the situation is, I still think it's different due to many reasons. So I feel this kind of experience, and also, of course, when you are there fighting for the title, there's pressure, but this pressure and that pressure might be the different pressure.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Howell, and I hope your move added some more sparkle to the game today.
Thank you.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
And we are back, and it is smiles all around as we are joined in the studio by a very special guest. He's one of the voices of chess. He's a celebrity. He's Grandmaster, the first African-American to become a Grandmaster, and, you know, just an icon of the game. Of course, it is Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Now, Maurice, you're here as an MC of the event. How are you finding it?
Well, first of all, I'll pay you later for that great introduction. But it's been fun. You know, I have a front row seat to all the action. I get to watch two of the best players in the world duke it out in a gorgeous location here at this hotel, this wonderful hotel and this wonderful resort, Sentosa, and you know, I just do a couple of things basically. Well, okay, don't tell my bosses that stuff, but you know, introduce the players. I do the press conference, and in between, meet everyone who's here and make sure everybody's having a good time.
And what are your impressions of the match so far?
It's been an extraordinary match, a shocker. Let's be real. The way the match has gone, nobody thought it was going to go like this. And especially when they came out of the gate with like bang, draw, bang. And it's like, okay, we have a brouhaha on our hands. And that didn't happen. All of a sudden, things stabilized a little bit. We did have a couple of fighting games, but mainly it's been draws. And I'm not somebody who's against action draws. That's fun. And I've seen draws happen at matches, of course. I mean, you can just go back to a bunch of matches where you've seen lots of draws happen in a row. Kasparov Anand, for example, in '95, there was 8 draws to start the match. So, you know, we have a recency bias, and people think, oh, no, it should always be rock'em sock'em, crazy, decisive action. Not so much. Kasparov versus Karpov, of course, you go further back, 17 straight draws. It's chess, high-level chess. You can expect it, but not the way it started. You know, just not this match the way it started. And now it's been just small margins, tension, ratcheting it up all the time. So I think it's exciting now. 4-game match,
race to the finish line.
Yeah, and talking about shockers, we're just 10 moves in. At one point, Gukesh was over an hour up on the clock. What do we think about that?
Man, I'm simply shocked. When I was being interviewed by an Indian journalist, and I was hoping I didn't miss too much action while I was being interviewed. And I saw, the last move I saw was knight to d7, knight b d7. And I go and I basically tell this guy my life story, because he was thorough and he was going on. And finally I said, 30 minutes in, because I'd already seen the move, 30 minutes in, I said, I got to go because I'm about to get interviewed on the show. And now let me catch up on the action. And I go, like, what is going on? Nothing has changed. I said, is this real? Are you guys going back and replaying stuff? No, this is the situation. So I'm coming in at a very strange moment. For me, I don't understand how Gukesh could be stunned by such a move in such a moment. And I thought Ding was going to be in trouble in terms of being shocked by what happened. He's going to be in time pressure later. But now it's all equal, basically, as far as I'm concerned. 51-07 to 55-34 and counting down. It's just anybody's tournament, anybody's game.
Totally. And well, talking about, you mentioned that you told someone your life story. It's actually very fascinating. Can you tell us a little bit about how you became a grandmaster, you know, how you got into the world of commentary?
I just told that guy.
I know.
You want to replay that?
We got plenty of time.
We must have a lot of dead time to make that happen. Okay, well, I mean, I started chess in high school. Friends of mine playing chess, kicking my butt back in Brooklyn. Give a shout out to Brooklyn. And I just fell in love. I started reading books. I couldn't stop. My mother didn't want me to play because she didn't understand what chess was. And so I just kept studying and playing. I played Hustlers in the Park. I played the Black Bear School, a bunch of African Americans who play chess together. They took me under their wing, which meant beat me as much as possible and tell me to go home and study. And so I just developed from there. And eventually in the great city of New York, where there was a lot of chess action and still remains a lot of strong players, I was able to get better based just on that great competition. Yeah. And so it was growth by fire. And fortunately, somehow I just kept getting better.
Yeah, and I read that you became an international master in 1993.
Correct.
And you took some time out and then decided to focus on becoming a grandmaster. You got the title in 1999.
99, correct.
Yeah, so what was the journey like? I mean, what did you do? What was your routine like? Did you just play chess? Did you study? Who were you working with?
Well, I didn't have a trainer all the way through my initial period. So from age 14, when I started until I was 21, I was a 2400. I became 2400 just through study and, like I said, getting beaten up by people. But at some point, I had to have a trainer, and I fortunately found Vitaly Zaltzman, who's an international master from the Ukraine. He helped me to get to the IM title. But I had this giant detour in terms of coaching kids to win a national championship. And then I started doing commentary for Intel, or for the PCA, which was sponsored by Intel. And then I became known as a voice more than as a player. And that really detoured my career, like in a big way. Before I finally, through just being frustrated because I wanted to become a grandmaster so bad, I decided to just focus on that. And as I'm speaking, a move has been made. Oh my goodness, it's shocking, big news, latest development, breaking news, folks. And look at this, an instant response as well. Is that what we've seen?
Yeah,
Knight c5 after g3.
Get back to the table, Gukesh. A move has been made. No, yeah. So
it took exactly 1 hour, by the way, for Gukesh to make that move g3. So Ding's had plenty of time to think, and suddenly tables are turning. Ding's going to be ahead on the clock very shortly.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Really extraordinary development in this game. There's no way I would have predicted this happening. I was for sure thinking that Gukesh was going to be way ahead on the clock. And now that he is, just like you said, about to be behind on the clock after making such a sort of nondescript pawn move as well, right? Like, you played g3? You thought for an hour and g3 landed on the board?
But there was to be fair to Gukesh, there was a little tension beneath the surface, because the whole point is black is threatening knight to b3, forking the rook and the bishop. And white's best move, according to Ceci, I've been following them because we got a little bit impatient and we had the time. And we had the time. Bishop to g2 is actually a good answer to that.
I understand, but let's think about this for a second. Gukesh blitzed out his first several moves up to this point. This didn't appear clearly in his preparation. So he outfoxed, what we thought anyway, he outfoxed Liren by this 38-minute think on move 4, and then he just kept playing very confidently, very casually, and it just goes to show you the ocean that is chess. You can prepare all you want. Your opponent's going to play something that you did not prepare for. And I've noticed quite often, if you prepare too much, when you get hit with an unexpected move, that can sometimes derail you. And cause you to slow down dramatically. You say, wait a second, what's this one? And first you might try to refute it because maybe that wasn't the top move in the engine. And then you start looking and going, this move looks reasonable. Why didn't we look at this one? And then you start to doubt yourself. An hour, though, it's so impractical how they've used their clock in the last two, for these particular 2 moves. But I will say, we're on move 11, folks. 11 with 50 minutes left on the clock. That means that there's 29 moves to make. The pace is going to pick up. And if this keeps up, we're going to see a truly exciting finish, at least a race to that clock, and probably a mistake, or maybe a few from both parties.
Yeah.
Feels like they're trying to get in the rhythm already for tie breaks. They're like, well, why start a game with 2 hours? We can start with
1 hour.
1 hour, 50 minutes.
50 minutes.
I don't know. I think this reflects more the tension now at game 11 with only 3 games remaining, and no one wants to make that mistake.
Yeah.
At the press conference yesterday, a journalist asked, is there so much pressure on you right now that you're trying to avoid mistakes? And Gukesh had a very wise answer. The kid's too wise, by the way, for 18. I mean, I can't stand it. Just who speaks like that at 18 years old in front of the world? But he said this, he said, we make mistakes in every game. That's the case. Like, it's just a reality. No one's exploiting the mistake. But here's the thing. Yes, you can make a tiny mistake. Yes, we all make tiny mistakes during the game. But it's that big mistake you make where the guy goes, oh, time to pounce, and you die. And if you die now with only 3 games remaining, you may be done in the match.
Right.
I don't want to overstate that, but that's a reality. So maybe it's not about the tie breaks, David. It's about that fear that if I mess up right now, it's over.
It's paralyzing, right? And Maurice, you mentioned the press conference there. Other than the teams and the families, you probably had the closest kind of view of the players, opening the games at the press conferences. Yeah, what do you feel there? Is the air different? Do you feel they're tensing up now as we get closer to the finishing line?
I sense from Ding Liren that he definitely feels the pressure. But you can tell that just watching him play most of the time. And he wears his emotions on his sleeve, more or less, and he's very frank with his answers. But Gukesh, I got to check if he has a pulse. I mean, seriously, the kid is always calm. Nothing's ever wrong. Yeah, I repeated in bad position. I didn't know that it was that bad, or else maybe I wouldn't have. I didn't convert a win, but I felt good about the fact that I played well. Hey, what is up? You should be like, damn, I should have won that game. What's wrong? None of that response coming from him. I find his calm disturbing, frankly, but quite inspiring as well, because you see him meditating, you see him in a space as an 18-year-old. And I like to stress, he's only 18. We're looking at a phenom. You're 18 playing in a world championship match. The stuff he's learning from this, that he's going to take back into the world of chess in the future, it's incredibly bright for this young man.
Yeah.
Meantime, he's officially lower on the clock now. He's been away from the board for 5 minutes, Gukesh, ever since that 1 hour think. So yeah, he's definitely going to learn a lot from this match, but this feels like a key moment, these next few moves.
Why is he away from the board right now? That is another storyline. What we're finding is there's more storyline in the inaction than there is in the action. All this time thinking the fact that he himself is not at the board at this moment as his clock ticks down as well. 47 minutes left. Could you have predicted this even just an hour ago? Not a chance.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. I'm truly shocked by this time management of two extremely professional players.
Yeah, but for Gukesh, it's interesting match strategy. I mean, because Ding, there we do see what Gukesh is doing. He's maybe just composing himself, getting a bite to eat. Okay, he's making his way back to the playing arena. Because Ding yesterday, even if there was any doubt, has been removed. He just wants to draw his way to the tie breaks where he feels he has better chances there. Gukesh, everyone's been saying that Ding is the more natural player, he's more intuitive, he's better at rapid and blitz. So what should Gukesh do? How much risk is he willing to take, or should he be taking?
I'm not going to line up behind the idea that he just wants to draw all the way. I think he does believe that he will be better in the tie breaks, yes. But I think you're looking at a player who was number 2 in the world at one point, over 2,800. You're looking at a world champion. You're looking at a great player. He has to win this match, and he knows what he needs to do. Certainly, he has to do the best things that favor him. But at the same time, he's already won a game in this version, this side of things. And if he wins a game, particularly with the black pieces, he might just win the match. You don't know what's going to happen in a tie break. So it's not clear to me that his strategy is definitely to get all the way there. So I can't read his mind. And we see that a move has been made in response. Bishop G2 was the expectation with all these tactics that you talked about. We probably should get back into some of those details. But I think that if I'm Gukesh, whatever, let's talk about the tie breaks when we get to it. I just need to play the best moves now. And if I win a game, your nice little tie break strategy goes out the window. So he's just going to keep playing. I don't think it's all in must win desperation for the higher rated player who is not down in the match. He just plays chess.
Yeah, but one could argue that in modern day chess, everything has been worked out so well and the play is so precise that you do have to gamble to get those winning chances.
You do have to take some risk.
Yeah.
Gamble, how much is not Vegas style gambling? I'm all in. Bluff. Like, it's not going to be that. It's going to definitely be some little extra risk, some around the margins risk. You're not playing against a clown. I mean, you're playing a serious player. You play the wrong move, he'll just refute it at the board. So they're preparing dynamic ideas. That's what's happening. And today we saw it, right? With B4, we saw something dynamic, imbalance. He threw a Ding off right away. So that's the kind of stuff you can do. And I think that's the right strategy. Not just go va bonk and I think I'm sagging a piece today. Like, dude, relax.
That's how we used to do it.
That is exactly what used to happen, right?
Not exactly like that, but many a pawn has been sacrificed just because you need a desperate chance to win the game.
I do remember Joe Gallagher was like, I'm playing too cautiously. He's an English grandmaster. He was like, today I'm going to sacrifice a piece.
A piece?
A piece. He went for the most committal line against the Sicilian,
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think these guys are not sacrificing pieces.
English school of chess is very different from World Championship.
Yes. And so, yes, a pawn you'll get away with. And now this last move, though, I do anticipate it coming as a surprise to Ding in this moment, a real surprise, because he might have thought he had a threat. And this is the hour, right? This is what happened for the hour that Gukesh was spending. And this move may have landed as a bomb on the chessboard, Bishop G2, with all the tactical ramifications that you have looked at. And maybe we might want to review that.
Shall we review it?
Yeah. It's been a while.
Nearly an hour ago.
Nearly an hour ago, exactly. And I mean, Maurice, you're a great problem solver. And I mean, I guess here it's just pure tactics, right? It's pure calculation. This is a double attack on White's rook and bishop. I think we came to the conclusion that White takes this pawn because what else? And yeah, queen check doesn't work out. The White king just moves. And yeah, there's too much going on here. The black rook can save itself. There is a check, but ultimately the white bishop will now pounce with bishop to f4, and yeah, this is just over. So I think black would be forced to trade the queens off, and yeah, positions such as this one, this is maybe what he was weighing up. Rook to a7, attacking the bishop, saves itself with a check. For example, king to d8, and still an issue here. This is where we thought that maybe white's best was to sacrifice the exchange and just keep the game going. Great competition with the B pawn.
Is there an alternative here? Because bishop b2 is the only move I looked at.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to come up with one, to be honest.
And it seems entirely reasonable because, of course, that pawn on b5 is now passed, as is the pawn on c4, although for the moment it's blockaded. So you have problems here with that bishop as a monster, that actual unit of c4, b5, and c6. That entity, by the way, supported by d3, so let's just do the whole color scheme there. That unit is so powerful, and you really can't do anything to break up the team. And so that influence will be permanent. This is not even an exchange sack. This is, you just do this in a blink, frankly. But he had to confirm that this was reasonably enough. But you just glance at it and you feel that there's full compensation here. The question would be, can this structure be disturbed, and how fast can black play to use the extra exchange? And where's the extra exchange? Well, right now it's sitting on h8. I'm not worried about that piece. It's going to be very easy for white to develop pieces, get the king out the way, whether castling or king d1, rook e1, and then the knight will start to hop. I might even play a4 and really cement everything and put a knight on b3. Somehow that bishop has to get back in the game, so it'll take a little while for the bishop to come back and influence the game. But that a5 pawn, don't discount that weakness as well, because if the knight's on b3, pawn on a4, knight on b3, bishop goes to d2, just compensation for white, it's easier by far to play for white, and black has to come up with a concrete plan to show that it's a real exchange.
Yeah.
Agreed. And with that in mind, is it surprising that Ding is even thinking now?
No, I think that move bishop g2 landed with some effect. You know, one of the worst things I learned back in the day with my buddies in the Black Bear School, my friend Willie Johnson, called him Pop. He was a father figure to me, a mentor in my life, and still is to this day one of my best friends. 76 years young, and just a smile on his face all the time. And I remember when I lost a game on my birthday to Greg Shahadi during a GM Norm tournament. It was the second round, and I drew the first game, lost the second game. That usually just kills your tournament, right? It's like, I'm not getting the Norm this tournament. And I ended up talking to Pop, and he just calmed me down completely. And I ended up getting 5.5 out of 6 after that, and getting my Norm with a round to spare after losing the second, getting the Norm and my title. That was my title tournament. So he had this statement. He said, you know, the worst thing that can happen is you make a threat and your opponent says, okay, go ahead. Do what you want to do. Do you, bro? He's like, wait, am I not doing something? So this move, knight c5, even on this level, you know, I'm doing something. Well, let's look at your moves. Maybe it's knight d2 you need to play, right? You got to deal with that threat. You might think about rook a2. Maybe you might slide your bishop out. But bishop g2, completely ignore me? That comes as a surprise. And I think it has come as a surprise because he's been playing so quickly and he hasn't moved yet.
Oh.
Okay, as I said it, he has now retreated. What an extraordinary retreat.
Big threat,
that move is. Yeah, big time threat. And these are the complications that Gukesh was looking at. What's going on, guys?
Wow, great move. He's also asking Gukesh to calculate knight b3 again on the next turn. I mean, it's hard to step out of this threat, knight to e5, attacking this pawn, also attacking the queen and this fork as well. Wow, clever.
But okay, it is a clever move, and this just ratchets up the tension so much more. The thing to me is, if my king is not in the middle, let's say castles now, for example, right? And you play knight e5, you're on the way to winning a pawn, obviously, in this position. But your pieces aren't developed. Your king is still stuck in the middle of the board. But you might argue that my pieces aren't developed either. But it feels like, if you play some queen move here, queen e2 is the one we'd all play. I was looking at queen f4, but it's not going to work out. So you play this move, and what's he taking with? Let's grab with something. I would say this knight, because if you take with the other knight, then f4 is a problem, right? Well, f4 runs into knight takes on c1. So yeah, knight c1, and then the knight has to move anyway, and then you get to play some. Could we try that just for a second real quick? F4, knight c1, rook c1. And if you have to move your knight, I want to play c5, but I can't quite get away with it. a little bit too much, because I'm going to sack and exchange play. Bishop takes on b7 and bishop c6. It's not my pieces I'm sacking, by the way. I'm sacking, but there's a
d3. That's the...
Let's keep going. Queen f2, take, move, and then in this case, bishop c6 is not the same. Even if we get knight c3 and rook over, we're not getting what we want, right? So this is too fanciful. So it's either, I think this move has also come as a surprise. I think they're surprising each other most in turn with so many moves.
That's the type of variation they're going to spend time calculating now, and they have to spend time calculating, right? It's also forcing, it's all
fact,
hanging by a thread.
But in fact, I was just going to say, there's no way to deal with knight to e5. Like, you can't just make a developing move.
Well, I mean,
you have to castle. You have to be prepared to sack the pawn.
Can you play bishop f4 and give a tempo away? Is it just stupid?
Yeah, you can.
But then your bishop has to go somewhere where, no, but at least d2 is playable here.
That's not a great square.
It's not a great square at all. It blocks the knight from coming out. No, that looks, I'm just saying, if we're not going to sack something, you know.
Yeah, but it makes a lot of sense what you said about your instincts of being castling. I'm not normally a gambiter, but I can see that you were one of these.
I'd castle.
Yeah. Okay, so let's
go back with the castle.
Also, just to point out, knight b3 is a proper threat now because queen takes b7 ideas don't work. There's no check against the king in a lot of variations.
Good point.
So yeah, I mean, castling is dual purpose, right? You get the king to safety, you defend the bishop. He castles.
He castles.
Pawn sacrifice.
He did castle.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, that's what's up. Let's go.
Let's
go.
Very
95
quick.
on the board.
Wow.
Oh, it's fire on the board right now,
Yeah.
folks. This is incredible.
But, yeah, you know, he moved very quickly with knight to e5 because I was just going to ask about knight to b3. But, okay, hasn't happened.
Knight to b3,
Oh, but knight b3 only attacks the rook now, right? So we can play rook
k2.
at the worst. We can play this move. And there's b7 that's going to hang. I think he's fine here.
Yeah.
The real issue was that knight e5 move, and they both have calculated, and they're both basically daring each other in this moment.
Yeah. Okay, so let's...
Yeah, that's the move I wanted to... I saw queen e2 right away, of course, but queen f4 was the interesting one pinning. And now that means the only piece that can take is the c knight, but that doesn't... Does that feel right?
Wow.
I feel like this is going to be fine for... Wait, rook...
White's ahead of development significantly here.
Right, the king is stuck in the middle.
D8?
Rook d8 is my only worry in this position, though.
I mean, not sure which way I go now. Plenty of choice.
It is. And
maybe I go in.
This one has absolutely exploded. And also, by the way, did we lose anything? We're down a pawn at the moment, and we're not going to be down a pawn.
No, because the b7 pawn is weak.
I mean, sorry, we lost the pawn, we got it back, and now it's equal material. So now, even if you win the c4 pawn, we're in the b7 pawn. I'm be fine with this position as white for sure. Very dynamic, and that king sitting on e8, with that bishop sitting on f8, with that pawn sitting on e7, with that rook sitting on h8, there's no way white can be worse here, right?
Right. And you have some cool geometry ideas. So if the knight on e5 moves...
Maurice's forte, geometry.
Yeah.
The knight moves.
Yeah, there's a bishop c6 bomb that could land on you, of course. And so, yeah, I don't know that I'd be making this many knight moves. I love making knight moves, especially retreating ones. That knight fd7 looked spectacular. But as you look at how much time it's taking, you just get that feeling like you can't lose this much time to make these moves. And that light squared bishop is permanent as an advantage. Any endgame will cause problems for black because that b pawn is lurking, waiting to turn into something super dynamic and real, as we've seen in some lines. So right now, queen f4 is clearly the sexiest move. Queen e2 looks like a punk draw, you know, like, why are we backing up? But this move hits the d pawn very, very powerfully.
And defend, maybe?
Yeah.
And so the question is, do you defend this pawn? Do you castle? No. Like a total maniac?
We're half joking.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. D pawn, your D pawn is dropping.
Yeah, and the queen is defended.
Everything is,
What? If you're going rook d8, you can always maybe go rook d1 or something.
Yeah, this line is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. What are we looking at?
B6 hits the queen, tries to deflect, but the queen...
I know, that's an official chess term. Cooper Cocoa Puffs. Like, what is going on? You don't know this reference? Oh, it's a cereal in the U.S. It's a cereal.
Puffs, yeah.
It used to be, yeah, it's a marketing thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need a symbol for that. Maybe the unclear symbol. Like, who needs unclear?
Exactly. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, I know. I love it.
Yeah. So at any rate, what is happening after Queen F4 castles queen sides? This actually almost, I want to say it's like chess 960 somehow, but it isn't. It's the only thing is their pieces are not developed. What move number are we on? 13. How often do you see a position where one entire king side is not developed, one entire queen side is not developed? We're on move 13. Yeah, and pieces of repeated moves like this knight thing going on. This is original chess. I thought that, other games were full of content. This difficulty level of this one is so high, and if I'm in Gukesh's camp, frankly, even though I like white here, I would prefer to play white.
Okay.
I'm a little worried that Gukesh has, and he did play Queen F4, 37, 33. With this many moves remaining, you will make a mistake in the complications. This game feels like it's going to be decisive and full of action in the moves to come.
Yeah.
An average of 1.5 minutes now per move to get to the time control. That's not much at all.
Yeah, and one of the things that's really apparent is that you're unable to make a snap judgment and go, this person is better. This is a clear plan. Like how much, I mean, we were talking about risk earlier, but how much risk are both sides like prepared to take just objectively?
Actually, in this position, I think I would be more risk averse and more keen on situational awareness, where I would be thinking specifically about calculating my way out of the box, even though I don't have time on the clock. But I think that here accuracy is at a premium because the position is so imbalanced, you don't have to worry about risk showing up here. It's crazy. Like, the mistakes that could happen are just like wild. You just don't want to be the one who's the one making them, right? Or at least the last mistake. I think it was Tartakow who said, it's he who makes the last mistake who wins. The second to last mistake who wins. You don't want to be that person in this situation. So I think now accuracy is at a premium, calculation is at a premium. The thing is, you don't have a lot of time to calculate. So that means intuition is going to be at a premium as well. And I think you're going to find they have already done the major piece of the calculation. Gukesh certainly didn't spend an hour thinking about the press conference. He thought, what is my next move? And clearly, Liren has done the same. And he's played rook d8 instead of castles. He is now going to win the pawn on d3. He's going to win that pawn, right? Like, there's not going to be a question mark around that one. Does white have a way for compensation is the real question, because white's pieces don't sort of flow into the game. It's not like you play knight c3, knight d5 in 2 moves, right? There's a d pawn sitting there waiting for you. So that's just not going to happen. So what does he have in terms of the fluidity of his development? Can you show me? I don't see how to play. If I were given, let's say, without rook e1 concrete threat, because that's going to get hit by knight d3 anyway. If I don't play that move, what are my next 3 moves with the white pieces? Like, just play them. Give white 3 free moves. We're struggling. I mean, did you see any? I don't see 3 moves to play. Unless Ding's moves are going to give us opportunities as they happen, then what exactly is white doing right now? Or what's white's plan? What's white's means of compensation, given that pawn is dropping?
Unravel, right? So the first point is rook to d1. You can use those pins.
Saves the pawn for now, but I mean, again, these pieces do not make a great impression.
Because you can't play knight d2.
No, but you can go bishop b2.
Okay, bishop boy 2 hits a pawn on d4. Maybe, definitely, looks like it does. Okay, so bishop b2 is a move. All right, that's useful with rook d1. Did I see the engine bar react to this last move?
Oh, gosh, look at that at the top. There's a win, draw, loss bar, and you can see it's 16.3% chance for Gukesh to win this, 44% for Ding.
That is neural networks. That's Leela 0. And
so this move, like for me, the pawn on d3 was dead. So again, you talk about the attacker's instinct. You know, you say you're conservative. I sack pawns for breakfast, before breakfast, in fact, when I'm playing bullet. But this move, rook d1, like didn't feel like a great defensive move until you showed me the sense of bishop to b2, that in fact you're continuing to put pressure on on black with this move. But it feels like it just doesn't feel like they're coordinated, the white pieces. They're simply not flowing very well. And as you said, if you can play bishop b2 take on d4, then maybe I get the knight c3 move and the knight d5 move. But does black have ways to disrupt that? By the way, let's point out, knight e6 also at some point, no, not even knight e6. I can play g6, right? I can play g6 now. Could we look at this line? I can play g6. Bishop b2 doesn't do anything because I play bishop g7, and you can't play bishop takes d4 because of rook takes d4 and queen takes and then knight f3, and I pick off your queen. So g6 is a very natural developing move here. What does white have? Again, along the lines of unraveling, if g6, bishop b2, bishop g7, the point of your last two moves now really is unclear, and knight d2 is still off the menu because of knight takes on d3. So what? What is the answer to g6?
Maybe you have to pivot and go a4. Bishop a3. Like, I'm struggling here.
I don't want to make moves like, I'm losing time playing defensive chess.
Okay, so we
plays g6.
He plays g6, and
the engine hates it.
The engine hated it. Let's have a look.
We got it.
What
it looks so natural to play this move, and
you guys laughed at my a4, but I see that Cesar was approving a little bit. Hang on, let me go one step back.
This is a crazy position. Is a4 going to be the response to g6? Is that what you're saying?
No, okay. A4 is not bad. It was one of Stockfish's suggestions. But okay, so instead of rook to d1, which the computer didn't like, knight to d2.
Your pawn sacrifice.
Yes.
Knight takes pawn.
And queen e4 probably?
Knight takes pawn would be, queen e4.
Knight back.
Knight back. Yeah, because here the human mind goes,
yeah,
whoa, we just literally lost the pawn, position. Right? b6.
Okay, trying to deflect the black queen.
No, this is computer stuff. Yeah, queen b8, and he goes queen to b1.
Woo!
This is one for your
geometry.
That's geometry. Yes, please. Going to be my next score, Secrets of Chess Geometry 2. That position right there. Queen b1. What a sequence. That's insane. By the way, nobody's looking at that, right? Except the engines. But what's going on now?
You have to see this path, which is so blocked.
Give me a break. No, the answer is no. But what is the deal? Rook d1 and g6, which seems so logical to me and seemed very logical to the world champion. What's wrong with it that made the engine disapprove? E6 is also a nice move. But e6 bishop b2?
I'm not sure. I really wanted to get time to play like bishop e7 and g5 to try and trap your queen, but
yeah, I saw
no time.
I actually thought h6 g5 was a tempo gain in the bishop b2 line as well, and then fianchetto this way.
But
knight b3 maybe. Queen d6 simply.
Well, it's funny because the computer is very hung up on this whole idea of like sacking a pawn. Like it's not interested in bishop b2. At
maybe
all.
Queen d6 followed by bishop b7, maybe with g5. White's still really stuck. Maybe it's time to switch to that a4 now.
Could we get that knight into the game, please? That b1 knight is just, that's what I was saying about flow of this piece. That b1 knight is annoying to me, and we're without the a1 rook. Black may be without the h8 rook, but we're without the a1 rook and fluidity. That rook on d1 is also taking up a parking space for that rook on a1, because the rook on a1 is not doing anything and will not do anything. The rook on f1 may have wanted to go to e1. You know, I had this, what was this crazy analogy? I was thinking about explaining the superfluous piece to students. And I was always thinking of taking a chess concept that's super complicated and thinking of it in basic terms. And somehow the bathroom became a way of explaining it. Your annoying kid sister, I have one of those. And she knows she's annoying. She also is a 6-time world champion boxer, so I don't mess with her. But the idea, like, you need to go into the bathroom, and who's in the bathroom? Your annoying kid sister. You're banging on the door, like, could I go in? And she's like, I'm in here, right? I need to use it. I'm in here. So pieces that are colliding with each other, they both want the same square, but one of them is already there, and the other one is like, get out the way. So that rook on A1, if any rook were to defend the D3 pawn, it would be the rook on A1, not the rook from F1, because not the rook on A1, it's got nowhere to go. It just has no real future, even if you develop your 2 minors. So I'm not a big fan of this move, but I'm really not a big fan of that knight still sitting on B1. And black is going to be very quick to develop. But what is wrong with what black just did? Is G6 so bad that it gave away so much of an advantage?
Well, the engine here is completely hung up on the idea. Oh, would you believe it? A4. I'm sorry.
What is that?
Yeah, exactly. I was desperate, and I was like, A4, it quite liked, but it actually also really likes knight to D2.
Back to sacking the pawn.
Just sack the pawn, yeah.
That pawn is the pawn, whatever is going to happen, although it should have been done without the rook on D1, apparently.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's that bishop on G2 is the star, by the way. That's the star. This diagonal, this action, if you can get everything out and trade off the right pieces, you're going to do work along that diagonal. And we've seen variations like that. So
just mention as well, we see it on the bottom right of our screens. Rook D1 by Gukesh lost 0.8 of white's of the evaluation there for white. But Ding in return G6, which looks very natural and very logical to develop the bishop this way, lost over 1.2 of black's advantage. Wow. If anyone's better now, suddenly it's white, apparently.
So what was black was supposed to play E6.
E6,
E6, and not worry about pawns. See, that's the spirit. Now, if Yasser were here, Yasser would be thinking, Maurice, guys, let me tell you about pawns. Pawns are important. Welcome to the Pawn Grubbers Club. Don't sack your pawns. That's what he'd be saying. And I'd be saying, screw the pawns. They got to go. Let's just play. Flow the pieces. So apparently here, the engine agrees. Stop being hung up with pawns and just get your pieces out as fast as possible, because the dynamic energy of this position that's really going to count. But that's hard to do when you're playing for World Championship Match, 4 games left, and the title and the money is on the line. They're trying to blend. That's what I said about risk averse. That's what's happening now. Gukesh went risk averse with Rook D1 because he could have just sacked the pawn, and maybe in a rapid game he would have. But he's trying to calculate his way out of the next few moves in a dynamic position where he ought to take risk, but he's going risk averse because the position is sharp enough that he's counting on accuracy more than he is counting on risk.
Yes, but it's very difficult though for a lot of us, it's difficult to sacrifice a pawn or just nebulous play, right?
Come on, Jovanka. Come on over to the wild side.
My friend Michael Tao. Sacrifice pawn.
That was the man. When I was growing up in Brooklyn, you know, there'd be crazy stuff happening out in the streets. I can't even tell you how crazy it was, and it was that crazy. But I'd be inside my chess set and my book, my Tal book, and going, what? Another pawn. Yeah, hit him with the knight. Boom, sacrifice. Like, I want to play like this guy. And for better or for worse, Tal influenced my play tremendously. And he'd be like, pawns, what are we looking at? Like, what are you worried about? Get the pieces out and sack something else, like something even bigger. And right now, I think that's what needed to be done in this imbalanced position. This was like a Tal position, by the way.
Right. But I had an interesting conversation with a friend, might have been this gentleman, who told me that the best attackers are intuitive players. They're not calculators. And the positional guys, they are the ones that calculate, and I'm fantastic at that.
You know,
that's too wise for me.
David Howell is quite a wise man. I had never thought of it that way exactly, but I can see a point there. I can see a very strong point. You do have to be somewhat intuitive, although Tal used to often sacrifice after he had calculated a lot and had seen a lot. You remember that great story he had about the hippo, how to get the hippo out of the marsh. So the intuition side was really important to him as well. Like, you're thinking so much about how you work out this variation, and you realize, just play the damn move. Like, just play the move and go, and whatever happens next. Because also, chess is a clock game. The clock is as much a part of the game as the game itself, although in classical chess it's less so than in rapid and blitz and bullet. But the clock is part of the game. And right now, we're on what move number? 16. You had 1.5 minutes per move earlier, David. He's dropping now, and he's closing in on 1 minute per move. That's huge in a position like this one. The time pressure makes fools of us all. I don't care who you are. And he had that time edge. I'm looking at a face right now of a young man who had great confidence, great calm at least when he first started, and he had that giant lead on the clock. You saw him in meditation mode. Now he's confused. You can see it on his face. There's something where he's saying, wait, what's happening? This is a challenging position. My preparation was supposed to be so great, and now something's off. And he cannot play logical moves in an irrational position. You just can't. You have to get your flow on, your attacking vibe on, your tall hat on, and play the game. And he has blinked by playing Rook D1. And maybe he's perfectly fine, as the engine said, but you don't feel that way while you're playing. And I think that's what's more important right now, how they feel. And Ding is in a different state of flow at the moment. Even if he plays inferior moves via the engine, I suggested G6 and he played it, so that's a bad sign. But nevertheless, it's a logical move. He's in a bit of flow. You find the move that refutes this, because maybe Sessi and Stockfish say, sure, but you have to find it at the board. And now we see both of them are feeling that tension.
Yeah. And do you think that we're going to see a decisive result?
Duh. It's on. This is popcorn time. What are you talking about? This is on. Like, wow. I mean, I can't imagine this. Okay, it's easy to imagine a draw coming out of any chess position. Yeah. But it ain't going to be no 3-move repetition from this thing. Somebody is dropping something. And if it's a draw, it's because you didn't win when you had a big advantage. I think at some point, somebody's going to be clearly winning. And then it may be a draw based on whatever factors, time and great defense. But I think my guess is somebody's going to be clearly winning this game at some point. And then the rest is just nerves and clock management.
I don't think we've seen this body language between the two since game 1, where it was that mutual time scramble and Gukesh was in trouble. Maybe could have fought back, but didn't seize the opportunity. I mean, he's been shaking his chair now, leaning back and forth. Like, yeah, he's been so calm every other game.
Look at the state of disquiet in Gukesh. I mean, he like you said, look at the shaking of his chair. You can see it. The back of his chair is shaking because his leg is shaking under the table, and it's typical of chess, right? It's sort of like sub-iceberg, as Ding made a great comparison to the oceans of variations that they have to analyze. That most of it is like the iceberg is under the surface. And here, a lot of times, the nerves are under the table and the leg shaking. And Gukesh is showing that right now. He doesn't have a move. He doesn't have an easy move, at least. And you can see it's the tension is fully on him for this game.
Absolutely. It's not an easy position for Gukesh. He has to find a way to coordinate his queen side. And he doesn't have much time on the clock. It's now or never, really. It's a terrible choice, you know, sacrifice pawn, try to find a way to harmonize everything. You know, I was laughing so much because my A4 move is consistently
A4 is crazy. A4 is loco. That is not a move.
Yeah, but I wanted to get bishop A3. That was like the whole premise of it.
I am super impressed by that move. I'm going to tell you right now. It is the kind of move you look at and say, I'm not playing that move. That looks silly. and then when you start saying, but, you know, I got to get my bishop out. How are you going to do it? Because we had asked, how are you going to organize your forces? And it's not so easy to just flow in this position. But if you play A4 bishop out, kill that knight on C5. Your knight maybe now has a path into the game. By the way, still can't go to D2 without being a sacrifice of a pawn. But, okay, whatever. It's a couple of tempi. Bishop G7 and castles is about to be perfectly harmonized development. White has no such animal looking at his board, but he can count on his bishop on G2 with some kind of pressure. So
Also, how about if I mimic you? You played a4, I'm going to play h5.
What?
And I want to play bishop h6.
He's found it. He
Find it.
found a4. Jovanka's move. Look at that. That's genius, Jovanka. You should get an extra bonus, a pay raise. I am putting in the bid right now for you. A4 on the board, a maestro move. And that to a G6 to be refuted by A4 or to be responded to on one side of the board by the move A4. This is why chess, first of all, is so hard, but why it's so beautiful. And the only thing here is, again, that clock time. He's taking so long to do it. But we're seeing a remarkable opening phase of a chess game.
Wow. And on that note, Maurice, I know it's 8 p.m. and we're going to see you soon.
Having so much fun. I gotta go. I appreciate it. There's more stuff to do, but thanks for having me on and keep doing such a great job.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for joining us and sharing with us your analysis, your insights. It's been so much fun. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Come back and join us sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, we are going to take a very short break. And when we return, we are going to deep dive into all the drama that is happening on the chessboard.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini has already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
And we are back, and Game 11 is looking set to be one of the most exciting games of the World Championship match so far. Oh, and there you can see some quotes. 25 minutes for 25 moves. Gukesh is now down to a move a minute. But that's the least of his troubles because the position on the board is just crazy. So many incredible opportunities. And, well, we left it with Gukesh playing the most accurate move, A4. But then David, just before the break, posed us the question. What happens if black does the same on the other side of the board? After all, the white queen is looking short of squares. And, David, I'm going to hand it over to you because we were just having a laugh at how wonderfully complex the position is.
Yeah. And, Jovanka, I mean, I'm still struggling to get my head around this position. It's definitely the weirdest position we've had this whole World Championship match so far, but that does lead to fireworks. This is a threat, and actually for a while I thought this queen was about to be trapped, but check this out. Bishop to a3. The whole point is to eliminate this knight, taking some pressure off the d3 pawn, but also opening up this bishop. This pawn on b7 would be removed. If there's a trade here, that favors white, I think, no doubt about that. So Ding, the whole idea here would be to play bishop to h6. And during the break, just out of curiosity, I briefly turned on the computer. Within 20 seconds, before I turned it off again, I stumbled across the craziest variation I think I've ever seen. White would now be forced to play the move b6, hitting this black queen. The queen defends its knight, so if you move to d6, very logical, now finally white can eliminate the knight. You've lured the black queen onto a vulnerable square. If instead the queen goes back to b8, so out of range of the white bishop, defending its knight, white's queen is now forced onto the ugliest square I think I've ever seen. It's on the brink of being trapped, but not quite. And now I was wondering, okay, what happens if you try and take this pawn? Don't take this way. Whoops, that's a checkmate. And the queen and bishop actually teaming up together. Knight takes, though. White can take with a rook. Again, this knight is pinned. You cannot move it because of queen takes e7 checkmate. But black can break the coordination of the white queen and the e7 pawn. White forced to take a pawn now. Black taking the rook. Black's currently the exchange up. But suddenly, after the queen drops back, double attack, hitting this pawn as well, the black knight drops back. And this is where I think most humans would stop. They would say, okay, it's complicated, but after a queen trade, it looks like black is doing pretty well. Knight takes pawn now. The d pawn is rolling. This pawn is up for grabs. I mean, it's still complicated. But the computer points out this move, queen to f5. And I mean, we should stop here, but just a glimpse into the future. g4 suggested, which will never happen, surely. Activating the black bishop. Not just that, activating the black rook. Queen h7 looks like it's winning for white. Yeah. Rook g6. This looks fantastic for white. Hitting the rook, hitting the bishop, and now boom, bishop to e3. And I'm going to stop here because it's just too weird, too wonderful. But actually, every move has a lot of logic to it and is forced. The whole idea is the black queen is about to pounce. If bishop takes rook, for example, I'm not sure which way black should go, but knight takes bishop and queen takes g3 is a threat due to this pin. Jovanka, chess is hard. Chess is weird.
Chess is very weird, especially when you get this type of position. Yeah, the wise one says this game feels like a Bollywood movie. Twists, drama, last-second decisions. Yeah, it's just mad. This is completely crazy. And it's primarily because the action happened from the second move. You know, Ding just went for it with d4. Gukesh also just went for an unstable pawn structure, very dynamic. And that normally happens when you go straight for it out of the opening. If you kind of build up that solid base, you'll get the fireworks in the middle of the game. But now we're in like move 16, sorry, and chaos is reigning over the board.
Yeah, and I think this is a good rebuttal to everything people have been saying online. You know, some of the draws have been without too much action, but if the alternative is playing like this, we can understand why the players are reluctant to take this much risk every game, because suddenly they're both living life on the edge. And I mean, Ding asked for this. He invited it with his early opening play. Gukesh is going for it without backing down. And that takes so much energy. It takes nerves of steel. And especially earlier in the match when they were finding their footing, finding their confidence, it's totally understandable that we didn't see this type of action. But eventually we got it. And I mean, I have no idea what to predict in future. I think if Ding plays too slowly, then
h5.
Wow.
Okay, David, we might see this craziness. Oh my goodness. I mean, but h5 is a very logical move. It would scare the living daylights out of me because what are we? 16 moves in, and Gukesh is a very real risk of getting the queen trapped.
Yeah. I mean, good luck finding one or two moves of that long variation we showed, let alone the whole way, and it continues from there.
Yeah, and you have to play with nerves of steel, as you mentioned, to go, well, bishop a3. Yeah, you do your best.
Yeah, you do your worst. Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. And it's also quite poetic, the mirror image, Jovanka. A4 was played, then h5 was played. Now, bishop a3, moving to that side of the board, will be met by bishop h6. It's like a little dance between the pieces. And I mean, this whole variation is like a dance, right? It's like one side steps this way, the other side steps the other way. It's like forcing move met by forcing move. And the level of accuracy required is going to be crazy. Yeah, Leela Zero suddenly really likes white, I should mention, but the evaluation bar on the live board right now says equal. I think all bets are off in this position. Gukesh down to 22 minutes to make 24 moves. It's getting really dramatic on the clock for him, especially considering how wild it is. But then again, calculation is his biggest strength.
Right, but it also depends on... Okay, he's gone for b6.
B6 first. I'm not sure that changes anything.
Sorry.
You're going to say it depends on...
Yeah, like now I'm thinking the queen has to stay on the diagonal, has to protect the knight. So I'm guessing it doesn't actually change things too much.
Same idea, just different order.
Exactly, because after queen d6, then you go bishop a3.
Yeah, and then I guess white can even laugh because you've tricked the black queen into being within the range again. White will be able to capture that black knight. Also, b6, it's firstly kicking this queen off balance. It's also created a beautiful hole for the white knight.
But there is one change. You can take the pawn on d3.
Ooh.
So after queen b8...
Very important point, Jovanka. Bishop a3. Now there's no pin along this diagonal. The queen is defended suddenly. And wow, I mean, again, good luck to the players navigating this one. Firstly, which knight? It's 50-50. Coin toss here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether it's cold in this room, Jovanka, or whether it's just the nerves, but I'm suddenly getting a bit jittery.
I'm getting jittery, David, as well. It's cold in the room, but I've actually got goosebumps from this position because all the emotions are there.
I felt this in Game 6 as well. I also felt like a bit on edge. Game 6 of the World Championship match between Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi. It just felt like something exciting was about to happen. And okay, 7 hours later, it did. So this does feel like the game where potentially we get a match-changing result.
Yeah, but the impact of a win in this match would be so significant. You feel like it would be deciding the whole match, the World Championship title. Okay, so...
Let's say, okay, I take it this way.
Okay.
Just to ask you whether you want to trade queens off.
I think I will.
You will? Okay, queens off the board. And now these knights, talking of superfluous knights, often knights that get in each other's way are regarded as superfluous, one of them useless, but here they do defend each other.
Yeah,
they
I can attack one. But you got bishop f1, you get away with it.
Escape. And just the sting in the tail is that white cannot actually regain this pawn yet because bishop to g7 and the sleeping piece wakes up. b6. I think he should go this way, you know, because, okay, it's a 50-50, but this way it just allows white to eliminate this beautiful steed.
I agree. I agree. So let's look at back and queen to b8, and let's have a look at all the moves that I instinctively reject because I'm averse to sacrificing material. So bishop a3.
You can see how nervous they both are. Ding as well, getting a bit twitchy because he feels that this could go either way. Okay, bishop h6 would be the consistent follow-up.
Okay.
Queen forced to go to h4, no other safe square.
But then we're transposed to your crazy, crazy line. But can we just look at knight e takes d3?
In this position?
Yeah, in this position because, and now was it, okay, so now I'm trying to, the captures, rook takes knight. Like
Rook takes knight. This asks a big question though, because if queen takes queen suddenly, it looks like black's a bunch of material up, but the key again is this bishop. And this is a bit scary for black, maybe. Okay, if white gets one more move, it's terrifying. So, but black can push this pawn to try and control this square. Oh, wait. Oh, no, there's going to be another poll on Twitter about how much I blunder.
No, that's unfair. That's unfair, David, because we're all been in the same scenario. It's super difficult, I tell you.
My gosh.
And we do a lot of this analysis like without an engine, and
95% we do without an engine. I turned it on for that flashy variation. That wasn't me.
Yeah.
I should confess, but
I see it, you know.
Scary stuff. Maybe. Oh, I'm scared now after that misstep. But rook to b8.
Okay, well now we have this
check. Or you could go back first.
Yeah. Let's go back and attack the knight. I like that one better than the check, because white wants to go c5. Okay, bishop takes knight.
Oh no, Jovanka, stop it. These pawns are rolling.
Rolling like a river.
Ah, great song. Knight takes f4. Now, I mean, c5 among others is terrifying.
Okay, no, okay, do not, unless you're an engine, do not capture on d3.
Probably black's okay, but I mean...
Yeah.
There's also the question of, in this position, knight takes, you mentioned rook takes, not taking the queens off, just playing knight takes first.
Okay. Queen to e4. F3 somewhere.
Somewhere. The Black Knight struggling for squares, maybe this way. But
Again, bishop takes knight and then take on B7, sorry.
B7, yeah. These pawns are so fast. I mean, I think an hour or 2 hours would be a struggle to calculate this type of position, let alone what the players are on right now, 21 minutes against 26 minutes.
Wow.
I think he has to go back, though. Queen to D6, it feels like no reward for minimal gain.
Yeah. Okay.
Ding struggling, understandably. Let's just put that on the board. Queen D6, it's a 50-50. You have to defend your knight. If you go forward, though, bishop to A3. And now the intended reply, bishop to H6, doesn't quite get the job done after an exchange here, because now the white queen at least has access to this square. The black knight suddenly losing its purpose, and knight coming to B5. This looks like one-way traffic for white. Maybe
Bishop
you can
on
hold.
G2 is so good.
Yeah.
The bishop on H6 is just not
Hitting thin air. Okay, this looks like a bit of suffering for Ding. Maybe he's gonna see this as a safer option. He's gonna try and eliminate this pawn in the near future and try to survive, but hard to.
No. But he's played so aggressively so far. It would not be consistent to just back down and try to grovel your way into an inferior position. No. He needs to continue in the same manner he started. So
and again, if he goes for the other line, it's so complicated.
Okay.
This one at least is rational.
Let's have a look at the messy line.
The messy one.
Yes.
The Lionel.
I got a bit excited there and I dropped my mic, so yeah. It's that kind of position, guys.
Someone's dropping something today on the board, probably as well. Queen to B8. This is by far more ambitious, but also far more risky. Bishop to A3.
Okay, and now bishop to H6, queen
H4.
H4, and now let's not take.
Okay. But what else?
Although it's tempting, isn't it? Okay, let's do it. Which?
Now there's a pin, right? So your hand is pretty much forced.
Oh yeah, I have to.
There's a checkmate.
Because you don't want to go unless you wanted to go G5, but no, you don't want to do that either. No, so you have to go. Let's take.
Take this pawn. Now white, to justify this, I think has to take the knight. The knight pinned due to queen takes E7 checkmate.
Have to go G5.
To go G5, queen takes pawn is the only safe square. Have to give up the rook.
So thank you very much.
Now this is where it gets complicated. Maybe this is where white finally gets some options.
Then
maybe just knight B2, but
look at Queen F3 also makes so much sense because you're capturing the pawn on B7.
The knight goes back.
Yeah. And yeah, now you can't go taking on B7 because, as David showed, you take the pawn on C4.
Still slightly tempting.
Yeah, it's still very tempting, but
check and I don't know, bishop C5, and unless there's a maybe you can take this way actually. This is annoying. With some skewers. But I mean, this is literally, what, 10 moves in advance. Good luck seeing this with only 23 minutes on the clock. And I mean, we're struggling to evaluate, and we've got the right to move pieces around on the board.
Yep.
I think actually the more that he spends on the clock, the more likely it is he's going to play queen to D6. It just feels like you have more control. There we see the use of time on the clock. Gukesh spent 1 full hour on his 11th move. Ding, meanwhile, a mere 38 minutes on move 4. And this is what we're left with. 22 minutes for black, 21 minutes for white, and we're only at move 17.
And still so many moves left ahead of us. Do we agree with the win, draw, loss bar at the top? 32.8% chance for Gukesh to win it.
I don't know. I would say 33% is fine for white, but I would also say 33% draw, 33% for black.
Yeah.
I think it's just a 1 in 3. It's just a lottery here because it's so wild, Jovanka. It's whoever has the better instincts, I feel, is actually going to be the favorite in this game.
I feel like whoever also has the better nerve because they're really burning the time on the clock. So it's very likely we're going to see a massive time scramble where anything goes.
I mean, we could see a scenario like game 1 where Gukesh ended up making his 40th move with 1 second left, or like game 3 where Ding lost on time. I mean, actually in those scenarios, at this point, they had more time remaining on the clock. So if anything, this is more likely to end in a mutual scramble, especially given the nature of what we see in front of us. Not even sure what this is. Is this the end of the opening? Is this the middle game? Black's king is still in the center. Both sides struggling to develop pieces.
The price of an error is so high in these type of positions because
like over $1 million at this point. The price of an error potentially.
$200,000. That's what the players get for winning a game.
I mean, at this point, a loss would be so damaging that you'd think it's hard to recover for the title. The winner will get a huge amount of money. So, okay. I don't envy either of them, I've got to say, Jovanka. Maybe at least with this b6 move, it looks like it's thrown Ding off slightly. Maybe he wasn't expecting it there. I think he missed this a4 move, to be honest. That's where, I mean, stroke of genius opening up this square for the white pieces. That's where the momentum might have shifted slightly. So I would agree probably with our probability bar.
Yeah.
I said the word probably like 3 times there, but is that type of position, right?
I didn't notice that.
Probability.
Probability. Yeah, probably it's the probabilities that probably
will decide this game.
Yeah.
Probably.
Probably.
But I mean, we can't speak in certainties here, right? It's that type of position.
We can't. And now Ding is lower on time than Gukesh. And just to remind everyone, it's just move 17. Still 23 moves left. And choices. And the thing is, the human mind doesn't like uncertainty. It doesn't like complexity. So at every single opportunity, it will be looking for a way to go to that and instant move there from Gukesh. Bishop a3 came at tempo. This was exactly what he needed.
Speeding up, and this is the safer option, we thought, by Ding. He protects his knight, he keeps the queen active. I guess on b8, she was a bit out of the action for the near future. But the downside is that Gukesh does have the option now to take this knight off the board with gain of time against the black queen. And once that knight, that powerful piece, probably black's best minor piece, once it's removed, a lot of the winning chances for black might disappear with it.
Okay, so can we dive into the simplest response, which is bishop takes knight.
Forcing a recapture.
Yeah, well, yep, bishop takes knight played.
Ding takes back.
Yep. And now the queen moves, centralizing herself. And now knight to f. We're going to do rook d7.
D7, defending
rook d7, yeah, let's defend with the rook. Let's leave the knight in the middle of the board just for now.
I should mention it is possible to castle as well. Maybe, because queen takes pawn, you can meet with rook to b8.
Yeah.
But then you have to calculate like queen c7, you have to think about queen d5, maybe queen c7. Actually, does look annoying. Because queen takes queen now, you can hunt down this white pawn, but in the process you just allow white a beautiful outpost on this square, and suddenly this bishop cuts across the board. Black's bishop, again, just, it can be locked out the game in the near future with f4. This is very much one-way traffic, attacking the rook, attacking the pawn, and if the rook moves, watch out. Actually, wait, watch out for this knight. It's trapped, so he drops back. You mentioned this was also possible.
Yes, because at least then you can get your knight to b4.
True. You give squares to get squares.
But the bishop on h6, that is super bothersome because it's not going to have a happy life. Unless you think he's going for the original plan, which is e5, f5, e4, power through.
Something in the center.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. If you get enough time, I think it's a big if. But like, for example, I can't really see any move other than knight to a3.
Okay, I should be castling. Let's respect the rules of development.
So maybe you can eat this pawn.
Okay, yeah, no, hang on, I'm Ding. I want to clarify. So queen takes b6.
Okay, now white shifts the
And now knight b4. I'm very happy now. Yeah.
I shouldn't have mentioned.
Queen takes b7.
Okay, knight to a3 was played in the game by Gukesh, so we're actually headed in this direction. And this is a key position to try and evaluate. Because the black king's still in the center, but maybe that's a good thing here. The white pawn's about to start pushing. Maybe the king will be needed on this side of the board. Then again, if white gets the move c5 followed by knight to c4, and the knight... Benoni's, one thing I've learned is that as soon as the position explodes, it's dynamically always the side with this structure that is doing well long term, because this becomes a passed pawn. Somehow the black e-pawn, the majority on the king side, goes nowhere ever, and this bishop is just offside, frankly. And the fact there are knights still on the table means that Gukesh is a significant favorite.
Also, the bishop on b7 in those lines was controlling the c8 square, which is very important for black rook. No, you've done an incredible job of convincing me. I'm not going to take that b6 pawn. Let's leave it on the board. So castles, king safety.
Castles. Now, this is clever, maybe this move order for Ding. It's his move. Rook to b1, not possible. That's desirable, but this knight is hanging. If the knight jumps in the way, then you take the pawn and you laugh. Because, again, rook to b1 now is a bit too slow. So if the other rook has to go to b1, now you can jump in with knight b4, and this little guy, again, might be a bit troublesome, as it was in a lot of variations earlier. I think he has to castle, Jovanka. Just better late than never.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Game 1, he castled a move 31. It's move 21. It's time.
Well, it's time. It's good strategy. I mean, like 9.5 times out of 10, it's going to be the right decision. Or at least get your king to safety. Let's
15 minutes for Ding. Okay, at least it's stabilized somewhat. I was secretly hoping for queen to b8 from Ding a few moves ago, just because it was so chaotic and so fun, fast to analyze. But again, totally crazy position there. Would have arisen. This is more stable.
But it's a lot more dangerous for Ding. Well, I say dangerous, but it's dangerous in the sense that if he doesn't have a plan, then your whole concept of rook b1, rook b5, and, you know, if the queens come off the board, c5 and this knight c4 is just so unpleasant. And as you keep mentioning, this bishop on g2, you should just, like, mention that every single move. Did I tell you I have a bishop on g2?
You said this position is dangerous, Jovanka. Is it dangerous?
Dangerous. It is dangerous. For Ding.
I just thought that I was like, I have to slip it in somehow before it's too late. But yeah, it is a pretty dangerous position for black.
Yeah. Although, you know, we've never used the most obvious one of all. Ding dong.
Ding dong.
Ding dong, it's on the board. No, we've never done that. Ooh.
Ding dong, the pawn is gone. And
exactly.
Maybe you should take this pawn, but shake of the head. Okay, he moves his rook instead. I think I'm being laughed at here in the commentary room rather than being laughed with.
No. It was my fault. I set you up for a fall. I apologize.
Some Ding is wrong here with black's position.
Yeah.
At least this pawn is guarded. What's the idea though? Let's say rook to b1 again.
Okay, so knight to b4.
Knight to b4. I get the tactics going. Okay, he wants to just shut the door, control everything.
Yes, and it's not an entirely defensive move because e5, f5, e4 is still very much in the air. Once you get the king to safety, obviously.
Knight to c2, very quick move from Gukesh, who's sped up. He's now up 4 minutes on the clock. This is designed against black's knight to b4 move.
Next move, rook a b1, incoming. Oh,
Gary.
Ding down to 15 minutes. Move 22.
Yeah, and you can win a pawn as black, but this is a willing sacrifice. I mean, it's very reminiscent now of the Benko Gambit with colors reversed, right? Where often the side with this structure and with the fianchettoed bishop sacrifices the b-pawn in order to open up a line. And if you don't take it now, the risk is that you don't take it ever, and it just becomes a new queen long term. So I think Ding is very tempted to just grab it off the board. But after rook to b1, the question is what next? Knight to b4 does not look appetizing at all after capture. And at the very least, white will probably win this pawn in the long term.
You also had like queen e5 and...
Queen e5, yeah.
Oh, he takes the pawn.
He does take it. Again, we're headed in this direction. I was going to say rook b1. Maybe you just move the queen back somewhere. But
yeah,
the rook is coming into your half of the board.
Yeah, but there's something that our good friend Grandmaster Yasser Sarawan says. He says if you're gonna die, at least die on a full stomach.
True. I did have a big lunch before this game, and the Black Queen has just been snacking away on b6.
Okay, Rook AB1. And there you see the win-draw loss bar. It's creeping up in Gukesh's favor, 33.5%.
It does look like white is risking nothing here, Jovanka.
Yeah, I didn't like this capturing on b6. I'm going to be honest, because the pawn on b6, that would make a great endgame target. In the middle game, the rook's coming in.
The potential future queen, though, so I can understand the willingness to get rid of it at the loss of several tempi. I wonder whether Gukesh is actually going to use this rook. He's literally choosing now. It's a 50-50. He's got 18 minutes. So he's going to use one of his rooks on the b file. But I wonder whether it's this one, Jovanka. Now, if knight to b4, at least now you can take an a5. I'm not sure what next, but maybe your queen e5 move, actually.
Yeah, then I could get a5 with a good conscience.
Yeah, just so the Black Queen can't use this square to protect her pawn. I mean, this is just a disaster for Black.
Yeah.
Color bishops, but I mean,
the b7 pawn is completely weak. So he goes rook ab1.
Okay. So I'd say the one benefit behind you leaving the rook on d1 is that you stop bishop to d2 and in. So maybe that's the key.
Well, now it's time to start increasing the pressure. Rook to b5.
Where you just play by hand, play instinct.
Yes.
First chess.
Although you do have to time your rook d to b1, because I thought your bishop to d2 was very, very nice, because there you could just park a piece on b4.
Yeah, b4.
Before
True.
Anything
White breaks through.
Yeah.
But rook b5, is Black in time? That's the big question. If Black castles, rook b1 comes with a major threat to take this pawn. Is he going to have to start full-on reverse gear?
But then you drop the d4 pawn. Is that such a big deal?
This is so horrible for Black. Maybe you can defend on a good day. I just think Ding needed to risk it. He didn't want to go queen b8 in the previous position. It was messy, murky, but this is just full-on suffering. Gukesh a massive favorite, I would say, here.
How to... Okay. You've inspired me. Maybe one needs to go. Okay, so rook to b5. I'm not sure one has time to castle.
Maybe you can. Let's try one last time.
Okay.
And I'll try and keep a cool head this time rather than self-destructing. Queen c8. He does play rook to b5 on the board. Because at least here everything's guarded for now. It's kind of hanging by a thread.
Okay, well, we're going down this route.
Castle's played. 15 minutes against 14 minutes. We're now at move 24 though, so almost a minute per move for Gukesh to get to the time control at move 40.
Yep. And db1 was met by queen to c8. Next move would be bishop to d2. Maybe. I'm not sure. b5 is such a beautiful outpost for the rook, and I can see things like f4, f5 happening. But okay. It's not quite there yet. Maybe it's just a pipeline dream.
Oh. And the Black king side does look very weak, but it is well known that a fianchetted bishop, as long as it can't be traded off, does keep a king very safe. I don't think White can quite switch any attackers over to this side. G4 would just weaken White on the dark squares. But like you said, F4 looks very tempting, but Black would block with E6, and the eval bar switches down slightly after knight to A1.
Whoa.
I thought we'd had enough surprises in this game, Jovanka. This is clever, though.
Very clever. Knight b3, incoming. Knight c5, big threat. Okay, well, the knight on c6 has to move. The end.
Long story short.
You need to. Oh, no, but even then, that's like I'm being very flippant there, because even if then you're able to get b6 to cover the a5, c5 is definitely going to disturb black to the limit. So no, okay, no, you need to be a bit more accurate than that. Time to go. I'm itching to go on the counter-attack, David. I know that one perhaps shouldn't be optimistic here, but I mean, can you just go e5? Yeah, I know.
I'm not judging.
Yeah,
I'm struggling to find a move.
I'm really, yeah, and then
F5.
F5.
Okay, kicking the white queen.
Yeah.
I mean, it's dynamic, and that's Ding's style. Say queen e2.
And then, well, now you're not threatening. Now you have to move the knight. So now knight to...
You just brute force.
Yeah,
Let's go. E4.
I was a little bit scared that I wasn't quite prepared for that. So knight to c5.
Rook e7. I know it's giving up this pawn, but...
Yeah.
Pawn, queen d6. Suddenly gaining some time against this knight and counterplay. And just to point out to everyone, e4, even if white doesn't jump in, or maybe even if white does, pawn takes is, I think, was going to be met by f4.
F4, yeah.
And you've basically blunted your opponent's bishop at the cost of a pawn, but probably a good investment.
And the big switch, now it's 23.7% chance for Ding, but that doesn't seem so probable. Okay. E5. Okay, so I'm checking with e5 is there as a good move, but the main reason why the engine suddenly thinks that black is doing okay is because of rook d6.
Ooh.
And
that's difficult. The white queen, she's been doing her 10,000 steps today, that's for sure. She's marched around the board so many times. That's actually really tricky because the queen's suddenly lacking squares if white plays knight b3. I guess you start harassing her. And what's the next step, though?
Well, it was just saying go on the defensive, hold the door. So just go rook to b8 and that kind of, and that.
Maybe not even rook e6.
Yeah, you don't need to go rook e6. It was
just to defend this knight.
It was literally just to defend the knight. Knight to b3. And then, yeah, you can go rook e6, queen f3. Ah, you can keep on harassing the queen. Rook f6.
Are we going to see the dreaded anticlimactic handshake?
Oh, yeah, could be.
No.
Okay, but you have to see rook d6. Rook d6 not an easy move to spot.
Yeah, rook d6. I mean, actually, the queen is by far one of the most powerful pieces for white. Centralized queens, we know how strong they can be. And it's all about pressure on this diagonal after all. So rook d6, again, with hindsight, it's easy to say, but and it's a one-off, kind of a one-time offer before the white knight gets to c5 and the black rook can no longer use e6. But that would be a stroke of genius, I think, for Ding, who's down to 10 minutes. This is dramatic on the clock for him. 16 moves to make in 10 minutes.
Yep.
I'm going to say that's difficult.
I think it's very difficult. But also e5. E5 was a natural move for us.
It's also very committal. You basically go all in with this pawn storm idea. Otherwise, e5 just weakens the light squares.
That's true.
Tough call.
But I tell you something. I read in a book somewhere, can't recall where, that when one is in time trouble, there are two mistakes. One that humans tend to make. First mistake is to clarify the position. That just means like make exchanges that actually benefit the opponent. Second one is push pawns.
They don't move backwards. They don't move backwards.
They don't move backwards, exactly.
Once you've pushed pawns, yeah, you leave holes behind. Either it's very good and it's forcing it, kind of helps accelerate your play, or it can backfire in the long term, especially positions like this.
But you might feel, though, that your back is up against the wall. White has an amazing rook on b5. The knight is clearly coming into b3. We can all visualize that c5 is also on the agenda. Knight c5 also going to be played. So you might actually feel like you do need to strike out. Otherwise, you're just going to be suffering the rest of the game.
True. Might be now or never for Ding if he goes too passive, especially with no time on the clock.
And
Defending is so much harder than attacking.
I know, and it's ticking down, David.
Now at 30 seconds per move on average, Ding, to get to the time control, to get that extra 30 minutes and the increment. But you can tell with the body language, he's struggling now to find a plan, to find the focus. I think I would be the same. I would be so upset about the momentum of this game. It looks like it's going in White's favor suddenly. But this backward move, the retreat, often a retreat means you should, by the opponent, means you should go forward. And it's easy to say, but that's his pattern in chess. You need to take the initiative.
Yeah, and he can't afford to burn 6 minutes, even though this is an incredibly complicated position. He has to be practical here. Now's the time for him just to take a decision. Okay, he's gone for what's he gone? Rook B8. I think that's fine as well. And in comes knight B3. But Gukesh's moves are so easy.
Problem for Ding, right? It's not about the evaluation. It's not about the fact that black is a pawn down. It's about the ease of play, and E6 played instead. This is very passive, we should mention. He's trying to control the light squares with pawns, and then his bishop might at some point come back. But the eval bar rises enormously for White there. Have we just seen a tactical slip? Is there a way to punish how slowly black's playing right now?
Okay, well, let's have a look. So knight c5 is the most aggressive move on the board. We do have sacrifices on b7.
Sacrifices, at the very minimum, White's pieces are going to start teaming up now. Literally every single piece, other than the white king and pawns, is going to be teamed up against this poor little guy on b7.
Sacrifices on e6. Okay, so knight to c5.
Gukesh actually stopped himself. Like, I think he was really tempted to instantly play this move.
Look at where his eyes are darting to.
Queenside.
Yeah.
Got the eye tracker cam.
Okay, he's going to go knight c5. It's like irresistible. Yep, in it comes.
Rook slides.
Okay, now knight takes b7. One way.
Very minimum.
So now you can't go knight takes e6. So there's no sacrifices there. We've got rook db1, building yourself a nice happy.
Plays it. He doesn't break the tension. Knight takes b7 was very tempting as well, it should be mentioned, just to try and cash in immediately, get this pawn back. But why break the tension?
Especially when your opponent's got no time on the clock.
7 minutes against 13, Ding in massive time trouble. Still got 13 moves to make before move 40.
Big threat. Is there a big threat on the board on knight a6?
Ooh, potentially knight a6 as well. Ding blunders according to the eval bar, and look at it, he realizes immediately queen takes c6 is now a winning tactic.
Oh.
He's blundered a piece.
And look at Gukesh. He sees it.
Instantly. Ding has lost a piece in one move. We will break down what has just happened in a moment, but time trouble ultimately. We see a handshake.
There we see it. Gukesh wins. Ooh, what a moment. In time pressure, Ding Liren blunders to one of the most unlikeliest tactics we've seen. But Gukesh, and you can hear the crowd, they are jumping for joy. Gukesh wins the game and takes the lead in the match to now lead 6 points to 5.
Oh, Gukesh ahead in this World Championship for the first time. The 18-year-old challenger takes a win, a very impressive, powerful win in the end. It looked shaky for a while. It looked like it could have gone either way. But momentum was on his side when that blunder happened. And like you say, Jovanka, here in Singapore, it sounds like a stampede is going on outside. An eruption of emotion after a week of draws. And inside, he's going to be feeling calm, but he's got to be feeling some element of pride.
You can just see it. He breathes a huge sigh of relief. It was an incredibly complicated game. It took so many twists and turns. It was crazy at times, but in the end, it was a blunder from Ding that decides the game in Gukesh's favor. And off he goes, ready to face the press conference, and we can hear the crowd chanting, Gukesh, Gukesh. There are scenes of jubilation here for the Gukesh supporters.
And Ding, of course, with a lot of support here too in Singapore, but understandable that there are some celebrations going on outside. And yeah, those chants are very loud. I didn't expect that, I've got to admit, Jovanka.
I didn't expect that at all, but well, we now have a very interesting match situation on our hands. Ding Liren will have to win if he wants to tie the match. And there you can see the scores again, 6 points to 5 in Gukesh's favor.
And this is potentially historic. Gukesh taking the lead. A World Championship challenger has never won after the scores were tied after 10 games. 5-5, he takes the lead with 3 games to go.
He does. And, well, let's take a look at this monumental game. Game 11.
Outside there are celebrations galore, but this game did start with the Reti opening and an early surprise by Gukesh. This version with a pawn to b4, a flank attack, caused Ding to burn a lot of time on the clock as early as move 4.
It certainly did, but Ding did react in his uncompromising style, and he went for the most principled move, which is developing the knight. And it was here the second surprise was launched by Gukesh, a3. It was a really unusual idea and caused Ding to burn more time on the clock.
Yeah, brand new idea at top level chess, just keeping the tension. Ding here wasn't sure what to do. Ultimately, after another long think, reacted in great fashion. He brought his bishop out, and after a trade of pawns, he also captured this knight and was able to, after a challenge on the queen side, establish a beautiful hole, an outpost for his knight on the c5 square. At this point, Ding was down an hour on the clock, but that soon changed.
It completely changed because upon realizing that this position was actually a lot more complicated than first appears to the eye, Gukesh settled into a 1-hour think. And there's a lot of danger beneath the surface because after the most natural move that Gukesh played, g3, he had to calculate what happens after the very quick response from Ding, knight c5. And this is the whole point behind this whole 1-hour think, that you go bishop to g2 and then knight to b3 is possible, but it's a little bit dubious, it's risky on account of queen takes b7.
Queen takes b7. Black could give a check here, which doesn't quite work out, or black can capture. And ultimately, this position is favorable for white, who might even just sacrifice the exchange in the corner. And white has some very strong queenside pawns long term. Instead, not for the first time, Ding tried to avoid any direct action. He dropped his knight back, but this pushed Gukesh to the limit. He castled, and the queen stepping forward to attack this pawn. And this is where, again, both sides making maybe small slips that impacted the future of the game.
Yeah, so it's a difficult position actually for both players, but for Gukesh, the issue is how to untangle the pieces. d3 is actually threatened, and the best move is probably just to sacrifice the pawn on d3 and go knight to d2. But Gukesh responded in a very human way, rook to d1, and Ding's best response is actually to go e6 and again just ask questions to the queen at a later stage. Instead, he chose the most natural g6. And here, Gukesh impressed us all when he wanted to find a square for his dark square bishop and played a4.
Yeah, the key move, actually maybe the star move of the game, again after a bit of a think, but essentially the white bishop is doing nothing, it's still sitting at home, and you need to eliminate the opponent's best piece, which holds everything together, this knight. And after the move h5, Gukesh also surprised Ding by pushing his pawn forward, destabilizing the black queen.
And this move ultimately completely discombobulated Ding. He should have reacted in the most aggressive way, dropping the queen back to b8. But he wanted to just take control of the position and not embrace the complications. And here he stepped up with the queen to d6, perhaps a passive choice.
Yeah, passive choice, because this did allow Gukesh to eliminate the troublemaker here on c5. A hit on the white queen was met by a counterattack, hitting the black queen. The black queen had to recapture, and now the key is that the white queen gets this beautiful diagonal, and it's actually all about the weakness of this black pawn on b7.
Yeah, and that is actually something that is very, very difficult to deal with. So we did see Ding drop the knight back to block the diagonal, but after knight to a3, the knight is headed to beautiful squares, you know, knight to b5, and after rook d7, knight c2 is a very classy move, getting ready to go rook ab1, and then just take control of the b line.
That's indeed what happened here at the very last moment. Before that pawn was defended, Ding captured it. Ding actually a pawn up going into the final stages of this game, but it's all about piece activity. Look at the light square domination. This rook on a fantastic outpost. All of white's pieces directly and indirectly ganged up towards this black pawn. And now a cunning maneuver by Gukesh, really discombobulated Ding.
Yeah, completely. Knight A1. And, you know, it's a really unusual move. The knight is headed over to C5. And this is where Ding just used up too much time on the clock, perhaps panicked a little bit, especially as he didn't have too much time to get to move 40. So he reacted with moving the rook over to b8, which is absolutely fine. It's just after knight to b3, when the knight is threatening to jump into c5, that he has to be very precise and just overprotect the knight on c6.
Yeah, in hindsight, he perhaps should have lifted his rook up to d6, defending this knight, avoiding a tactic that soon appears in the game, but also threatening to harass the white queen, kick her away from the center. He played too slowly, both on the board and clock. Too tentatively here, e6, met by an attack from the white knight. White brought the final piece into the game. Everything, literally everything, ganged up now against b7, and
it's here where Ding just blinked and cracked. He dropped the queen back to c8. Look how the rook, queen, and king are lined up on the same row, and here comes the killer blow. And it's a beautiful one. It's very unexpected.
Yeah, queen sacrifice, a temporary sacrifice by Gukesh, and here Ding resigned. He realized that if he takes the queen with the queen, white's bishop, finally the most important piece pounces. There's a pin on the b file, white is a piece up. But likewise, if you take the queen with the pawn, then rook takes rook. The black queen is skewered against its king, and again, white emerges with an extra knight. A heartbreaking end, but ultimately a really dramatic game.
Yeah, it was a game full of twists, turns, opening surprises, emotions. It had it all. And, well, tonight there is going to be a lot of celebration for the Gukesh fans. But for tomorrow, we will see. Ding will have the white pieces, so will he be able to strike back and make that comeback? Will he manage to defeat Gukesh? Those are the big questions. Yeah, it was wow. And there you can see the table, but you should have heard, if you could have been here in Singapore, you would have heard the crowd go absolutely mad. There was chants of Gukesh, and what an experience. And this is after a chess game.
Yeah,
I've never seen this before.
Yeah, this picture is deceptive, by the way, for everyone at home. It looks quite calm there now, but this is in the fan zone. I think out in the main hall, the public area, something was going on. It was hard for us to concentrate. And I mean, I still hear some cheering, some shouting, some stamping of the feet. In the meantime, the press conference about to begin. And let's go over to Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with the players.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the post-game press conference for game number 11. Ended in a victory for Gukesh. We will be doing the press conference in a different way today. None of us really knows the feelings of losing an important game such as this one, so I will give the world champion an opportunity to answer questions first, and when we're done, he may go get himself together. So prepare your questions, please, quickly. We'll do a few questions. I'll ask him a couple of questions, and then we will continue the second half by giving Gukesh the opportunity to answer some questions as well. So first, your impressions of this game. It was a very complicated game, irrational in many ways, and also on move 4, you spent quite some time thinking. Your general impressions of this game that was played.
Yeah, it's a very difficult game for me. You know, move 4, I'm already wondering if this is the right move. I remember once I played this against Ardiban in a rapid tournament, but I forgot what to do with the other moves. And he played this, also came a surprise, so I had to think once again. So these 40 minutes just went nowhere. Calculate some nonsense variations. And then, yes, I have many options, like a5 Also, I don't know, maybe e5 is also playable. And then I went for this. Here, yeah, he played, I think, the best move, g3, to allow I attack his d3 pawn and he defending this way. I think these were the critical moments which I played a horrible move, g6. I missed a4. Yeah. I should have played e6, maybe the position not so bad. After g6, my bishop is clearly out of play. And I don't think I have any chance after that.
It seemed like you had some chances. He didn't necessarily play perfectly from this moment on, and it was a dynamic position. Obviously, mistakes in this kind of irrational situation. Do you feel like your final mistake, part of it was due to your initial time issue, or was it the emotion of the moment?
Here I thought I'm fine after knight c6, but I missed knight a3. Very strong idea just to give up this pawn, doubling on b5 and playing on dark squares. My bishop is totally out of place, not on e7. It's a very bad place on h6. I don't know where I can improve. Maybe after knight e1, maybe I can have to play this. But after c5, still very, very difficult.
So you felt under heavy pressure right from here, I mean, the last few moves?
Yes, after knight h3, I sense the difficulty of the game.
We've seen you bounce back before in World Championship matches. After very difficult losses as well, is it possible to reflect on the strength that you got to bounce back then to make a bounce back now?
Yeah, last time also in the 12th round, I made a comeback with white pieces. So tomorrow I will definitely try.
Reporters, I'll give you a chance to ask a few questions now and allow them to go. If you have any questions for the world champion.
Ding, a question from Ulrich Stock, German newspaper Die Zeit. Why did you choose to play d4 in the opening, which is can get pretty wild and committal in the last games? We got the impression that you tried to keep everything in balance.
And maybe I should have played e6, considering what happens in the game. But I thought I know something in d4, but I don't know what the way he played.
Next question.
Abhidaya from Chessbase India. My question is to Gukesh. When you thought for about 1 hour...
I'm sorry, the question has to be directed to Ding. We're limited to Ding. We will ask Gukesh a question afterwards.
MyClimateChess.com. Obviously, my question is for the world champion. During that long think, before you played knight f6, were you only looking at knight f6 and trying to remember variations, or what were some other options in your mind that you were considering?
Yeah, here I think if that takes, it's very dangerous because you can develop very quickly. Bishop d3 and then castle. Bishop b2, e4 like this. Here, yes, I saw calculate some nonsense.
Thank you.
No more questions? All right, we'll allow the world champion to take some time to compose himself. Thank you very much for answering those questions. We really appreciate the time you spent with us. We'll continue now with Gukesh. Gukesh, you played a very enterprising opening line, to be sure. What was your thought process going into such an imbalanced type position?
Yeah, I mean, I was aware of this game that he played with Adiban in 21 after b5 knight d7, and a3 was a new move, which is almost never never played before, I think. I don't know if it's a novelty, but it's like very rare at least. And yeah, it's something that my team had prepared and showed me last night, and I really liked the idea. So full credit to my team. But what happened after this, I was just horrible by me. I mean, I knew this position was slightly better for me, and I think from here I played like I don't know where I could have improved, but I spent so much time and came up with this stupid plan, which is probably just. I mean, I.
Sorry, there's just a sound. Whoever that is can turn off their phones, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought this position is already. I thought I was in trouble here already, which is probably right. But I was just trying to make some moves to not lose on the spot, and yeah, I think after H5 I spotted this B6 idea, and I was kind of. I thought when I played B6, at least I'm like getting out of the worst right now. But until I played knight c2, I didn't realize I actually had some chances to take over the game. And after this went quite quickly. But probably we both were like had less time than the number of moves we had to make. So it was just yeah. I mean, it was like almost like a blitz game. So yeah.
It was an issue watching him think for 38 minutes, and then at some point you think for an hour. When he was thinking all that time, was there any feeling in you like this preparation has really paid off? Or obviously you're not going to be winning from the opening moves, but at least he's deepened off for 38 minutes. What were your thoughts at that moment?
Yeah, I was happy when I saw him think, because I was still like quite well prepared in that position, and I thought it's not easy to figure out. So yeah, I was happy to get the time advantage. But then yeah, I mean,
you thought for an hour.
Yeah, that was
suddenly flipped. What were you thinking then?
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I was calculating so many different lines. I knew this was slightly better, but I couldn't figure out the exact way.
By the way, just to go back 2 moves, it seems like c5 was better than d3.
Ah, really? Oh, okay.
In this position, bringing the bishop to this diagonal as opposed to.
I was considering this actually, but actually I saw some line like bishop f3, queen f3. I was checking this in the morning, and maybe I kind of mixed up. I think knight c6 d3 was what I saw in the morning, and I thought I just played d3 fast, and then after this I realized, okay, his knight is coming directly to c5. I was still under the assumption that I should have something, but probably I already.
Once it got to the time pressure situation, and by the way, he started to play really fast, as you know, and you caught up on the clock, and then you passed him on the clock. And once it got to that time pressure situation, how did you stay composed? As you said, it's now goes from a classical game to more like a rapid, this blitz type format with the World Championship on the line. Did you even give thought to that, or you were just so locked in the moment that you just had to play?
Yeah, I mean, around, I think around this point I was already like kicking myself like really, really badly for, I mean, it was such a normal position, and then suddenly my queen is stuck on f4 and I didn't know what to do. So at that moment, I was just kicking myself. I had some problems to get myself back on the game, but then I was just trying to make one move at a time and not lose on the spot. And this a4 was, I think, a very, very important resource, because at first I just had no idea what to do in this position. And then I saw a4. I was like, okay, at least I can get bishop a3, bishop c5 and just sit tight. And then after h5 I even got this like open b file. So yeah, here I was already feeling better that I'm out of danger. But yeah, it completely turned around unexpectedly.
When he blundered knight c6, queen c6, excuse me, did it come as a shock to you? You saw it on the board. What was your instant feeling when you realized, whoa, this game has changed?
Okay, at that point it was already clear that I I think knight a7 was his last chance. At least I thought during the game. Like take everything, rook b8.
Yep.
And if I go back, he just goes knight c6, knight b4. I thought this was his best try. But once he played rook b8, I thought it's already like really tough for him because...
I think e6 was the real mistake for him here.
Oh.
Like the
what should he do?
Serious move. I think it was knight... somebody have to help me. I forget what the move is here, but e6 is the mistake. Maybe just rook d8, I think. Rook d8. And allow the knight c5 and the b7 to fall. But e6 is the mistake.
Knight c5, knight a7. But if I go rook d8, rook b1?
No, you're definitely fine. I mean, you're doing
Yeah.
well. But I'm pretty sure that the e6 move was the one.
Okay.
The culprit.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it was already like he was also so low. I mean, we both were, but he was more. I had like maybe 2-3 minutes more than him. So.
Did you just sort of feel like you were in cruise control? All the initiative was yours. You're just playing with flow at this point, and
yeah, at this point, like it usually happens when you think you're just losing, and then you get some chance. I mean, you get out of danger, and then you suddenly have, and suddenly you see that you can actually take over the game. It's a very pleasant feeling. So, I was basically just making moves, and yeah, it quickly went completely out of control for him. And this, I spotted it before, but it was nice to play.
not often we get to sacrifice a queen in a World Championship match. Yeah, you're one of the few with that feeling. I will open up the floor now to reporters to ask Gukesh some questions.
For Gukesh, obviously, Michael Rahal from FIDE, Deputy Press Officer. So, Gukesh, according to my database, this was the first time in your life that you played the reversed Blumenfeld gambit, at least according to my database. I did notice that Arjun Erigaisi has had quite a bit of success with this line recently, mostly in blitz games. So, I have a double question, very short. How difficult is it for you to play this type of gambit, which could be a gambit, in such an important game with so much on the line? I don't remember you being much of a gambit player. That would be my first basic question.
Yeah, I mean, basically this line, it's obviously very double-edged, but we just thought we had good odds of out-preparing him, and we thought, like, my team did some really amazing work in this line, and I looked at the line. I felt it was very interesting, and the risk-reward ratio was quite nice because I would be surprising him for sure. So, yeah.
It does make sense to ask you then if Arjun is one of the members of your team helping you out with this line or any of the other lines.
I mean, we'll get to know the team soon, I think.
So, possibly then.
Sorry?
Possibly then.
We'll see after the match.
We'll see. Okay. Cheers.
Hi Gukesh, congrats. My name is Atreyo. I work for Rev Sports. My question is, in the context of this match...
Could you get a little closer to the microphone, please? Sorry, we're not hearing you.
Hello, my name is Atreyo. I work for Rev Sports. My question is, in the context of this match, how significant do you think is this win?
I mean, obviously, this is a very, very important win. Yeah, I mean, we were going head-to-head for like last seven games, all ended in draws. I missed a couple of chances earlier, so this, especially since this game could have easily gone the other way as well. So, in that, considering that, it's, yeah, I mean, it's just very, very important game. But there's still three more very, very important games to go.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Lokesh from India. Question is, before and after the games today, people were cheering for you and they were shouting for you. So I don't know if you have noticed this, but if you have, how does that feel? And that's my question. And congrats for what you're doing. Nobody on the planet has ever done this before. So yeah, what's your reaction on people cheering for you?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I did notice the Indian fans cheering my name, and like yeah, cheering for me, and it means a lot to me. I mean, before the game, I mean, when I'm in the zone, I do not really like think about these things much, but it's always nice to see that people support me. And after the game, when I was coming out of the playing hall, I could hear some very nice celebrations. Although I did not see them live, but I could hear, which was very nice. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? Indian fans are the best. So yeah, I am really grateful for all the support, and yeah, it really gives me more, especially since it has been quite a long match. All these little things give me the extra energy I need. So yeah, I'd like to thank the fans.
Gukesh, can you just give a thought process as to why you came out with this opening for your second last white match? Why wasn't it your last white match or your previous white match? Any kind of thought process, or did it just happen by accident?
I mean, many different reasons. Like every game I play, I mean, according to that info I have at that moment, we just decided what could be the best try for that game. Yeah, some of the opening ideas worked well, some did not, but it's normal. I mean, today, yeah, today we just thought this idea is a good one. It worked really well. The opening goal was achieved, but then I did some stupid things. But I'm super happy that that I could pull myself back together, and yeah, I'm obviously very happy with the result.
Well, Gukesh, you're ahead in the match for the first time, and after all these previous games were getting drawn, were you a bit concerned? And how did you feel today? Were you more relieved or happy?
I wouldn't say I was concerned because of the draws. I still thought like there are a few interesting games ahead and anything can happen. So I was just taking one game at a time. And today, yeah, during the game I was like, I kind of lost my cool at some point because I achieved exactly what I wanted out of the opening, and then and then I just went crazy for some time. But after that, once I realized I'm not losing, and then I realized I have chances, and then I won the game. It's like yeah, it's mostly a relief, I would say, because at some point I was just really worried about my position. So yeah, obviously a super happy and relieving game.
Abhidaya from Chess Base India. First of all, a huge congratulations to Gukesh. When you played the move knight to a1, when everyone was expecting rook d to b1, did you think knight to a1 was stronger, or you just played because you thought the opponent would not have expected it?
Yeah, my rook d b1 was my first instinct, but after rook b8 I couldn't see. I mean, basically I was keeping my rook on d1 to not allow his bishop to come to d2 b4. I don't know, maybe there is some clever way here, but I did not see it during the game. So I thought knight a1, like first of all I did not see, I mean, after I played knight a1 I realized knight a7 might be a very good defensive move, after which I think it should just be a draw. I don't know, maybe I can try, but when I played knight a1 I did not see knight a7, and also yeah, it was also partly because rook d b1 is the natural move, and knight a1 I thought at least in time pressure it will be really hard for him to handle because the night jumps are like always so tricky to calculate. Yeah, so.
Prashant from Dopamine Media. Congratulations, Gukesh. Well played. And you said you lost your cool at some point in time, but you give this Dhoni kind of a vibe. And what happened in those 6 minutes when you went inside and then came back different? So there was this basically regained confidence. It seemed to the audience that there was this regained confidence. So what happened in those 6 minutes?
Yeah, I mean when I was drifting with all these long things, I just got really mad at myself. So I was also getting lower than him on the clock, but I thought I should take a break now and I should just refresh because I wasn't thinking clearly at that moment. So yeah, I just went to my lounge. I just spent a couple of minutes calming myself down, and I just told myself, okay, now I've already spoiled the advantage. Now let me just make one move at a time and not make any more mistakes. So after that I was just trying to play one more at a time, just not losing on the spot, and then somehow things went very well.
MyClimateChess.com. Before I get started with the question, congratulations on winning $200,000. I know the title's more important to you, and I think you have made $1 million. So congratulations on being a millionaire at the age of 18. Again, I know the title's more important, but that's impressive. My question to you, it seems like in the last 6 games or so, I'm thinking of the rookie 1 game, the F6 game, and of course the choice of openings here, that your team has perhaps out-prepared your opponent's team. Would you agree with that?
I guess after the match we can clearly say if we have out prepared or not, but till now it seems like every game we are having the opening edge over our opponents, and I mean my team is just doing an amazing work. Yeah, Gayu and the whole team. Would love to reveal the whole team after the match, but all the guys, I mean, they've been super hardworking, super motivating for me, and they are doing not only the opening work, but also all the training we had in the past 6 months. It was super fun with them. So, I mean, full credit to my team, and in the next remaining games also, hopefully we do some amazing work.
I randomly saw Gayu walking around 2 hours before the game started outside the hotel room. So it sounds like your opening was pretty set by that point. Is that right?
I mean, like, I'm sorry, I did not get that.
You weren't doing last-minute prep. You had your opening ready several hours before game started today.
Yeah, I mean, we have a routine and we try to follow it. But yeah, Gayu also likes to walk a lot.
He does, yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Gukesh. Aditya from ESPN here. You are known as this really ambitious player. You've shown that you don't really like draws. You decline repetition. So does the score of this match now change your mindset in any way in terms of maybe being solid and taking draws is obviously wins you the World Championship. So does it change your mindset on how you play the last 3 games?
I mean, coming into the match from the start, I was trying my best. Obviously, it's not possible to not think about the result at all, but I was trying my best to focus on the process, playing good moves in every position, playing good games, and that is the only way that you can get the result you want. So the approach is still the same. I am going to try my best to play good chess in the remaining rounds, and if I do that, things logically should go well.
From Trinity Mirror. Before the start of the match, everyone saw you as the potential favorite. And once the match started, Ding started, he won the first match, and then you equalized, and there were a lot of draws. So Ding's strategy seemed to be that he wanted to push the match into rapid and blitz format where he felt that he had a better chance. So what was your strategy? Because we saw you going for, you're pushing more and for the win. So now, basically, what do you feel is your biggest strength? Is your mental strength like the key for you in terms of taking the lead? So how would you classify your position right now as compared to before the start of the match? What was the key to gaining the lead this time?
I guess yeah, first of all, after the first game, I had to show some mental resistance because obviously it was not a pleasant thing to lose the first game of the World Championship. But then once I hit back, I started playing some good chess. Yeah, there were some missed chances, and I don't think my opponent was just playing for draws. I mean, he was he had some better positions in the match, and also I don't think it's possible to it's a 14 game long match, and I don't think you can plan from the start to take the match to tie breaks. It's because in chess always mistakes happen. So yeah, and what is my key to taking the lead? I think this game was just a roller coaster. It could have easily gone the other way. So I think in this game I would say maybe the key was that I could accept that I have screwed up after that opening, and then I could refocus. So I think that was that I'm quite happy about. Yeah.
Follow up to that, you have worked with Paddy Upton, mental conditioning coach. So how has that helped you in preparation for this match in particular, and will that help you in future as well? Have you changed any in terms of preparation style?
Yeah, working with Paddy has been super enjoyable and instructive for me, and considering the height of the World Championship, there are more emotional struggles in more than any other tournament. So yeah, we had a lot of conversations. I learnt a lot. He said a lot of things that has helped me in many of the games where because whenever you kind of lose your focus, or you get emotional, you should come back to the game and play the best move. And it's not always easy if you. It's not always easy to do. So his teachings have really helped me a lot. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. First of all, congratulations. And second of all, as you described the last part of the game as more like a blitz game. And in both rapid and blitz, Ding is ranked in the top 5 in the world, I think as high as second in blitz or rapid. So was that a concern for you when you both were entering into mutual time trouble? Were you concerned that he might outplay you under those stressful time conditions?
At that point, I was just trying to defend what I thought was a worse position. So at that point, my only focus was on playing the move that does not lose on the spot. I think this A4 which I found is, I'm not sure if it's right. I'm not sure if I'm right, but this A4.
You are right.
Yeah. So this A4 seems to be the only way to keep the game under control. So I was just trying to make one good move at a time. I wasn't thinking about the result, and yeah, in a blink of an eye, it completely turned around. So yeah, there was not much thinking going on. I was just making moves. Yeah.
And between this and your victory in Game 3, is there one that you're prouder of?
You mean any game or?
Yeah, between this win and your previous win, is there one that you're prouder of?
More proud of.
Oh, okay. Between these two. Guess I guess the third game. I mean, both games were a bit like I mean, in the third game, he had this one moment instead of rook h5, I could have played bishop f5, and he was probably slightly better. But I think that was that game. I at least I felt more in control, and this game I had to show some mental resistance to win to win. So actually, this feels, although the quality of this game was probably not the highest, I felt like yeah, this one is more pleasing because of what I mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Last few questions, please.
Shirley is asking on behalf of FIDE social media, this time from a follower, Amulya Bania. Does the pressure of playing on the world stage inspire your creativity or restrict it?
I think a bit of both, because I mean, before I entered the elite, I was like a super aggressive player, and I was going all in for a win in every single game. And when I entered the elite, it's like I learned that like some amount of solidity is also very important. And the same in this match. I think in some games I'm more creative, and in some games I realized that I can't I can't be like going for a win in all the games. I should be practical as well. So a bit of both, I would say. But opening wise, at least I've been showing more creative ideas, I think. So yeah.
Maria, for the Chess Socials. Gukesh, first of all, congratulations on this massive step towards the title. It's probably nothing, but the first question is, you seemed a little bit confused when Ding was showing some lines, particularly following G6. You were looking at the computer. Could you elaborate? Was there something that particularly surprised you?
No, I mean, I was more surprised with Ding saying he thought he was in trouble after G6, because I thought I was in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was just very difference of opinion. Yeah, I mean, maybe he was right. Maybe after G6 I'm already out of danger, but I certainly didn't think I was better. So yeah, I was just surprised by.
Yeah, you're not sure which line is proving one of you right or wrong.
Sorry?
You're not sure which line is it that proves one of you being right or wrong.
I think I might be right, because it doesn't, with this queen on f4 and
Mm-hmm.
this position does not really look dangerous for black. So probably I'm right, but I don't know the exact details. Yeah.
Well, it certainly gives all your fans huge hope that you are evaluating positions so well. One more question. Is there a difference in your routine that will be tonight versus after game 1?
During tournaments, I generally try to do the same things for the whole tournament as I do on the first day. So I try to be quite strict with my routine, and yeah, it won't be any different. Yeah, I would just try to do the same things and get in right shape for the remaining games. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you.
This question comes from the joint stream with ChessBase India and Chess.com India. Your sponsor, Westbridge CEO, Mr. Sandeep Singhal, went on the stream today, and he told a story about you playing squash on the rest day, and he described you as very competitive. I think we'd all like to see that, because I know chess is a very gentlemanly game with decorum, but would you say that you are very competitive in all aspects of your life and in sports and things like that?
Yeah, first of all, it was nice that Sandeep sir had come to Singapore to watch the match, and on the rest day we went out a bit. We played some squash and we spent some nice time, which was really refreshing. So yeah, I'd like to thank him for all the support. And whether I'm competitive, I guess when you're in sport at a high level, you have to be a bit competitive. But yeah, I don't know how much, like it depends on who you compare me with. But I'm decently competitive.
Fair enough. Congrats again.
Thanks to Gukesh for sitting here. Reminders to the reporters, today was definitely an exceptional case, so let's try to restrict our questions to just one in the future. And thanks for your patience, our understanding in allowing Ding to leave early. It would have been very difficult for him to sit here to answer all those questions, or to listen to Gukesh answer all those questions. Congratulations once again to the challenger. The next game is tomorrow at 5 p.m. See you then. Have a good evening.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.